Morning, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning.
Okay, you say now.
We'll start in 5 minutes, sir. Just few more students.
Okay, put some
Starting.
light music or something like that. Instead of keeping mum. Or unmute everybody, let them chat something, whatever possible. Or put some light music.
Yes, sir.
Dear students, kindly rename your name with your business idea number. For attendant purpose, kindly rename your name with register number.
Okay. Data
Anybody finding problem to log in?
We are just checking, sir.
Just check ಮಾಡಿ login problem ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ. Our moment it touches 100, we can start.
Yes, sir.
96, now 4 more to go.
Ready. ಹೌದು ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. Right, sir. We could maybe start.
Yeah.
Permission?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very warm good morning to all the participants and our young friends who joined on behalf of the Federation of Karnataka Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We wholeheartedly welcome you. My name is Karthik Kitto. I'm one of the program moderators for today, and the entire team has worked very hard to put forward this to you. And on this note, we would like to welcome our senior vice president of the Federation of FKCCI, of Federation of Karnataka Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Shri Ramesh Chandra Lahoti ji is amidst us. Sir has taken charge as the senior vice president of FKCCI on 30th September 2022 for the year 22-23. And Shri Ramesh Chandra Lahoti has served as vice president of FKCCI for the year 21-22. He is a senior member of FKCCI who was actively involved as the chairman of APMC and internal trade and other committees involved with trade at FKCCI. Sir, we request you to give the inaugural remarks and the opening remarks to this August gathering. Over to you, sir.
A very good morning to everyone. Welcome to the Manthan 15th edition. I am joined by our chairman, Flight Lieutenant KP Nagesh and Mr. Karthik Kittu, Chief of Staff of Chairman, Startup Vision Group, Government of Karnataka. He will be the moderator for this. I once again welcome all who have joined today's program. Respected panelists, economists, principal, deans, heads, and incubation and entrepreneurship cells. Dear students, on behalf of FKCCI, that is Federation of Karnataka Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and my own, I cordially welcome you all for the Knowledge Workshop Day 1 of the 15th edition of the FKCCI MANTHAN-2023. FKCCI MANTHAN is an initiative started by FKCCI in 2009, where a platform is provided for such young talents to display their new innovations, inventions, technologies, ideas, and formation among various stakeholders. Finally, the best plan and innovative ideas gets an award by the FKCCI. MANTHAN 2023 is the 15th edition, is aimed to inculcate entrepreneurship, equality among the students, and motivate them to initiate startups, ventures. This makes them job providers rather than job seekers. This year, the prize money is 10 lakhs, that is 1 million, and hope it will, by the end of this, when we finalize, it will go up. This is our, from the FKCCI initiative. I hope this certainly boosts your morale and the job providers and enthusiasm to do your best in the days to come. Present generation are so bright. They always come with new technologies, inventions, research work, and are unique in their nature. But there is a need to provide a platform to showcase their such talents. This is one of the FKCCI initiative to showcase the young entrepreneurs, young students for their innovative ideas and business plan and further marketing in the society. I can say that India is the fastest developing nation, and our Prime Minister is also given a slogan of 5 trillion economy. And it is the youth, that means the students, who can bring the change. We hope the knowledge workshop will benefit to all the students. We have with us experienced entrepreneurs and grand jury members of MANTHAN who will assist and handhold the innovative ideas. The students can utilize the opportunity to showcase their talent, and I wish them on behalf of FKCCI and welcome for today's workshop. Over to you, Mr. Karthik.
Thank you very much, Shri Ramesh Chandralawati ji, for that amazing inaugural address and instilling hope in our students. Yes, they are the future generation. And on that note, to do the welcome remarks, we would request our chairman of MANTHAN, Flight Lieutenant KP Nagesh sir. Quick introduction to all the students about him. Flight Lieutenant KP Nagesh is a self-made, successful industrialist, educationist, and a multifaceted social activist. And is a mechanical engineering graduate and hails from Ramnagara district. He's an alumni of PES in Mandya. I think there are many students here. He's a role model for all of you and many of you. He then joined the Indian Air Force Short Service Commission as a pilot officer and was promoted as flight lieutenant. And these qualities instilled by him in the Air Force, such as commitment and dedication and discipline and time sense, made him a perfect man with a clear vision. With his valuable experience in the Indian Air Force, Sir started unique detective and security services and employs more than 10,000 personnel and serves more than 500 plus active clients. He is also multifaceted. He served Rotary as district governor of Rotary District 3190 during the year 2015-16. And the district witnessed unprecedented growth and surpassed several benchmarks in the year in the 115-year history. He was the #1 performing Rotary district governor in the world, and in recognition of these leadership qualities, inherent talent, Rotary appointed him into many positions, and he serves Rotary International further. He also is the recipient of the President of India's Gold Medal for Distinguished Services Commanding Officer of Civil Defense, the Service Above Self Award by Rotary International, President of India Gold Medal for Meritorious Service, the Chief Minister's Gold Medal by the Government of Karnataka, the Marut Seva Medal by Chief of Air Staff of the Indian Air Force, Entrepreneur of the Year Award by the Central Association of Private Security Personalities, and the Nada Prabhu Kempegowda Award. Personally, I mean, he has inspired me also. When I was a youngster 15-18 years ago, he has inspired me, and I sit in this position, probably at least virtually next to you, and I have the honor of introducing you, sir. Thank you so much, and I know you have created a plethora of youngsters, many more to come. Now over to you, sir, for your opening remarks.
Thank you, Karthik. Friends, good morning, everybody. Our Senior Vice President Ramesh Chandra Lavati and all the respected trainers and my dear students and team members of Manthan. Good morning, everybody, once again. Friends, this Manthan is a journey which is creating opportunity for a lot of youngsters in Karnataka to take their idea into action, put their idea into action. Successfully doing this for last 15 years. And this 2023 Manthan is going very good, very big way, connecting students from across Karnataka. I'm very happy to be connected with you from the startup capital. For each one of you who are connected from different corners of Karnataka. Friends, startup is a great concept going good across the world. Of course, we are very happy. The Karnataka, that our Bangalore has been identified as the capital of startup. Startup with a great idea. It starts with a great idea. Then, of course, converting that idea into action through business plan. Then finding a good source of fund. Then building your own team. Follow all the legal steps, and to establish your own organization, develop a marketing team. This is what the process you have to go through it. But most important here, what I want to say is this knowledge workshop from Manthan team, from the experts, is one of the very key factor and very interesting thing. And this way the turning point for each one of you, how to prepare, how to convert your idea into action through the business plan. So for this wonderful meeting, you're all here. I'm very happy once again to welcome each one of you, and also to recognize a very committed and expert trainers who are going to convert your idea into action. Let me welcome Ms. Yamuna Sastry, who are going to speak about your idea into proof of concept. Like a story to be converted into script and make it easy to everybody to understand. Mr. Jagataya is there to understand your product or service, to tell you about how you better understand first and how it can be connected with the public. End of the day, we have to take our product into customers, how to connect that, how to enhance in a big way. And let me welcome Dr. Ravi Shankar to minimize your product viability. And let me welcome Mr. Yogeshwar Janavalu, your startup into video action. So for you to just concept what is in your mind, putting into a visible concept so that others can also add value and you yourself can look and relook and take it forward. That's what the concept will be told to today. Then of course, do's and don'ts with an expert. Samant is a previous Manthan expert is going to tell you what are the do's and don'ts so that you can optimum utilize your time and come out with the best. This all is well planned today, and we're going to come out with few more knowledge workshop. Our ultimate goal is to make your idea, convert your idea into a great success, a big startup, and add value to whatever already success stories from Bangalore. Maybe few success stories from this lot will also, through Bangalore, connect with the whole world. That's our ultimate idea. I once again welcome each one of you for this very interesting and important workshop, knowledge workshop. And we'll also share tomorrow what is our plan of action by the time we have our grand finale in the month of August, the 3rd Friday and Saturday in Bangalore. That's what we have planned. So the journey towards that grand finale, we're going to explain tomorrow. And today I request each one of you to sit back and listen to all the experts, clear your doubts. They're here to spend time with you and share knowledge with you. I wish each one of you a very nice knowledge workshop. Have a wonderful time. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for those inspiring welcome address and those words. I'm sure, with your vision, we will take it forward to the next level. And the next set of unicorns might be from this lot, especially like you said, Karnataka is, leading as the startup hub. And there are many new things. Of course, we are getting into elections, but our Elevate and other programs are still on in the government and the applications are there. And I think the Vision Group chair from Startup Karnataka, Sri Prashant Prakash, extends his wishes and he's traveling. He couldn't be amidst us, but he's traveling. He will join for the next workshop. He has expressed. And also, I mean, if there are some good ideas, they might be getting into the, Elevate queue. On that note, I also would like to welcome, I think Shubha Ganesh is here from our core committee. Chinmay Ananda is also there, and Shravan, who are part of the core committee of FKCCI, who are running this. Without further ado, sir, with your permission, we can get into the sessions. Our first
Please go ahead.
here.
Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Senior Vice President Ramesh Chandra Lavati and our Chairman, Shri Flight Lieutenant KP Nagesh ji.
Thank you. Thank you.
On that note, the first speaker is very inspiring. She is a woman transforming India awardee 2018 by Vice President of India. One of the few women entrepreneurs who has made it very big. There were hundreds of finalists, but Yamuna made it to the top. Yamuna Shastri is the co-founder of Dwara Money and the founder of Cap Dost, part of the team that launched Spark Money Neo Bank for gig and unorganized urban Bharat. From running a bootstrap venture for 4 years to a merger, Yamuna has led a team assisting 60,000 plus gig and unorganized workers for tax filing and financial inclusion in urban underserved communities. And she was the Woman of Transforming India Awardee 2018 by Niti Aayog and WEP. She represented India twice at the Global Entrepreneurship Summit in 2017 and 2019, organized in Hyderabad and at The Hague in Netherlands. Was part of OECD's Tax Moral Conference in Paris 2019 and the US State Department Alumni Special Program and special recognition received by Donald Trump, the 45th President of the United States. She was a winner of the Government of Karnataka's Elevate 100 Tech Grant and Community Slate Elevate 100 Grant and Community Slate Accelerator Program by VHub, Government of Telangana and Australian Aid, and was part of Reliance Industries Spotlight in 2019. I've had the fortune of working, and working with Yamuna and her team for quite some time and mentoring her, so say for a little while, so to say. I mean, she is now, I need to take an appointment now to get her because she has grown by stature, sir. Namma Maleshwara Mudugi, I have seen her from young, and now she is a proud achiever of Karnataka. IT Minister has recognized her. Everyone has recognized her, including the Vice President. So we thought opening remarks from a young girl, you always say even in Rotary DEI. So the first speaker I wanted to present to you is Yamuna, young achiever of Karnataka. Sir.
Right.
Over to you.
Ellargu namaskara. Thank you, Karthik. Karthik will always be a mentor. Once a teacher, always a teacher. Thank you for inviting me for this, especially Manthan. I have to share a small journey, and I dedicate all of this to Uma ma'am, whom I consider as a mentor, and for my journey of starting my startup. For all of you to take a minute, 2013, I had got 10 of my students to FKCCI's office for training them, prepping them up for the Manthan competition. The whole idea was, I was working after my corporate stint. I was working with Reva University, a couple of students to set up the entrepreneurship cell. We came with 10 ideas. I should say none of my students did not go to the third or fourth round also. It was a good understanding that, it's just not, you randomly cannot go to be a final round winner. You need a lot more efforts to, streamline your business idea. So after that use case, I just realized that, okay, I think this is extremely interesting. I wanted to be take up an academic role. I paused. I said, okay, we have the corporate stint. I have a business experience at home. Why don't I start something of myself? That's exactly how I started Campos. So I'm going to, for all the students here, I just wanted to divide my conversation into 4 sets. After this, I will, Karthik, I will send a material that can be shared to all the students. Probably they can have a look at. Uh, so first thing first, I started my business with 250 rupees. Uh, and today the company, Spark Money, is almost valued at $10 million. It's over in 8.5 years of journey. Personally, if you think money or if you think uh, money, capital is one of the hindrances, boss. Please remember your gut feeling to do something and solve a problem is the asset or is the capital. So do not worry about it. There is ecosystem, there is people. As long as you have that uh, um, gut feeling, and as long as that you have a perseverance to go pursue the passion, the idea that you want to, money will never ever be a hindrance. One. And
Yamanaji, yes, sorry for interruption. Can you, if possible, can you use Konglish as a language?
ಖಂಡಿತ ಸರ್.
ನಮ್ಮ ಕನ್ನಡದವರು ಅವರು.
ಸರ್, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕನ್ನಡದವ್ರೆ. ನಾನು ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ಪಡ್ತೀನಿ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ.
ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಜನ ಕನ್ನಡದವ್ರು ಇದಾರೆ. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ವಿತ್ ದಮ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಸಾರಿ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದು ಮರ್ತೋಗಿದ್ದು. ಸಾರಿ. ಎಸ್ ಯಮನ.
ಸೊ ನಾನು A to B ಆನಂದ್ ಭವನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ಹಲವಾರು ಟಿಶ್ಯೂ ಪೇಪರ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಹಲವಾರು ಹೋಟೆಲ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಹಲವಾರು ಟಿಶ್ಯೂ ಪೇಪರ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವಾರು ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಗಳು ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. 1, 2, 3 ಅಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ನಾನು ಕ್ಯಾಬ್ದು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕಿನ ಮುಂಚೆ ಒಂದು 800ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಗಿಗ್ ಜಾಬ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನನ್ನ 10ನೇ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಂದ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಜಾಬ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈವೆಂಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ರಿಯಲ್ ಎಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಫ್ಲೈಯರ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡೋದಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಕೂಟಿ ಪೆಪ್ಗೆ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡೋದಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಆಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿನರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ಜರ್ನಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಾಸ್ಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸಸ್ ನೆಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಗೆ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಆ ಡಾಟ್ಸ್ ನ ಹೇಗೆ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ ಅನ್ನೋದು ತುಂಬಾ ತುಂಬಾ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ನಾನು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಇವಾಗ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ನನ್ನ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಆಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿನರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಜರ್ನಿ ನಾನು ಕೇವಲ 250 ರೂಪಾಯಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು. ಇದು ಬೇಸಿಕಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಫೈಲಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಬಂತು. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಫೈಲಿಂಗ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಒನ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಟು ರಿಮೆಂಬರ್, ನಾವ್ ತಗೊಳೋ ಐಡಿಯಾಸ್, ನಾವ್ ಏನ್ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಅದ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇದರ ನಮ್ದೇ ಒಂದ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವ್ ಅದನ್ನ ನೋಡಿರ್ಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಆ ತರ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಆದಾಗ ನಾವೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿರೋ ನಿಟಿಗ್ರಿಟೀಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ನನ್ನ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದ್ ಜನ ಇದಾರೆ, ಬ್ರಿಕ್ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರಿಂಗ್, ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಬ್ರಿಕ್ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರಿಂಗ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ವಾತಾವರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಬೆಳೆದಾಗ ನಮ್ಗಿದು ಈ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಾವು ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇನ್ನ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ನಮ್ ತಂದೆ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಅಡ್ವೈಸರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರು, LIC ಮತ್ತೆ UTI ಮ್ಯೂಚುವಲ್ ಫಂಡ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಸೊ ನಾನ್ ಬೆಳೆದಿದ್ದ ವಾತಾವರಣ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟಲ್ ಫಿನ್ಟೆಕ್ ಆಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿನರ್. ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ excuse me, not everyone is a form of Kannada background. Please switch to English. Okay.
Both.
Okay.
Should be in Konglish.
Konglish. Guys, wait. Karthik, I generally don't use PPTs, but just spare me a second. considering the whole thing, I think this should be easier.
Yeah. You can go ahead and use ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. I've got some messages on the chat, but we want to benefit both. This is for entire Karnataka. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಬಿಯಾಂಡ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಳಸ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. We are looking at beyond Bengaluru as a concept, and it's the whole inclusion that matters. So so hagagi we will use both modes of this. All the speakers will use both modes of communication. They actually have been instructed. Yeah, thank you. Got some messages from Samarth, Mohan, Swapnil. And a small tip, there's a book called Learn Kannada in 30 days. So there's some online platform. So get going and download the apps. Well, I think just while Yamuna is getting ready, friends, we have many students here last year who pitched to us in Tamil, Telugu pitch madidru, Kannadadal pitch madidru. So we are also giving an opportunity to all of them, because I can also say that on behalf of the Karnataka Digital Mission and the ITBT department, we set up a lot of clusters. I was personally in Bidar, I was in Shivamogga, we were in Kalburgi, Mysuru, Mangaluru, Chamarajanagar. We're building many inclusive clusters, and even in the national level, Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal has said that we're looking at the National Incubator Capacity Development Program, wherein we are chosen, have been instructed. So we'll keep this in mind, and we will come back. And I think all the speakers, when they use some visuals and others, most of the speakers, will know it. On that note, over to you. Back to you, Yamuna.
So I hope the presentation is visible, Karthik.
Yeah, I think your audio is a little breaky, but yeah, the presentation is visible.
Okay. So is this better? Is my audio better?
Yeah, good. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So the whole idea was I'm just going to walk through in a simple English and in between certain parts of Kannada as well. So the whole idea that we did was we took an extremely niche idea, something untapped, something socially relevant, something it's a process engineering. So tax filing, there are lakhs of.
I think you should do a little without the audio. Yamuna, I think you should do without the audio. Audio is breaking.
Am I audible now? Is this fine? I'm extremely so sorry. I'm not going to break after this piece.
Yeah. I think the audio is better now, but it's still in yellow, this thing. But yeah, maybe you can go without the video, your video. It must be better.
Sure. So is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. So the next 15 minutes, I'm just going to quickly take you through a simple journey that you can all probably think through what you can do next 100 days and also way forward. So we took a very simple problem statement that it could be tax filing for taxi drivers. Like I mentioned, it's all about process engineering. So when you're in an early stage, you get to see a lot of problem statements. Okay, so the whole idea is, please divide your whatever problem statements that you are trying to solve into only 3 buckets. So first is your 30,000 foot level. What is your problem statement? So ours was contract gig workforce are financially excluded at the 30,000 foot level. Next, what is the second statement that you are going to actually work on? So there were no the TDS refunds were not going back. And uh, the next statement that we wanted to, the problem we wanted to solve was, they absolutely did not have any credible income proof. This is something extremely nation building. At the same time, you're building one gig workforce at a time. So how we might have 10 to 12 ecosystem related problems that we're solving with our idea, but what is your top three problem statement is the most important thing. So like I mentioned, um, in your since you are going to talk to series of people, trying to get your co-founder, trying to get your first set of employees, trying to get your angel investor, or trying to go get your first paying customer, anything and everything, the problem statement should be like easily communicatable, and also you should hit on the chord with respect to the problem that you're solving. So uh, try to whatever problem statements that you're working, right, try to put it into sustainable map into sustainable development goals, or try to map it to the common problem statements the country is trying to the government is trying to solve. So with that, what happens is you will have a larger ecosystem to work with. So, like I said, if all of you have 250 rupees, if you have 250 rupees in your hand, in your bank account, in your UPI, phone pay, anywhere, so you can also start the same piece. It doesn't money from you don't need. So we took an angel investment after bootstrapping for 2.5 years. In the third year, when we were scaling from, we had operations in 3 cities and we were scaling to 10 cities, that when I knew that we are going to have a roadmap, that's when we took our angel investment. So there's nothing right or wrong to take investments, but your P&L, your business model should be in the right fit. So please remember these 3 P's since you're all starting your journey: patience, perseverance, and also you should eat, sleep, breathe the idea. So the purpose is the base, patience and perseverance is the food that you feed, and whosoever comes and speaks, uh, uh, you know comes and speaks and try to put you into a box, I'm just genuinely saying, just move out of your box. Your only goal needs to be the idea that you're building. So how do we validate uh, the whole the whole product, right? So I have always been emphasizing on a paying customer. What happens is, a lot of times, even if you're building a tech product also, I urge all the startup pruners, all the people who are building the idea, it could be your first core set of team to go on the ground, talk to whom you're building this product for, or talk to whom you're building this T2C for, talk to your end customer, ask them whether they're willing to pay the money, for it or not. Is this flow okay?
Yeah. Please go ahead.
So I personally met around 3,000 odd cab drivers on ground for a year. Half the time, it was first 1,500 people. When we met, we asked them whether do they have insurance, have they are they aware of do they know the difference between a life insurance and a medical insurance? Have they done any kind or form of saving, any form of saving? These are all the questions that we had asked. And then we realized that then we realized that um, you know we were asking wrong questions to them, because we were just being conditioned and asking the same kind of questions like any other existing companies ask. So one of the days, morning 6 a.m., I was sitting with a cab driver, and he mentioned that uh, ma'am, you have been visiting us, you've been asking so many questions for us. Your efforts is validated, but what is the whole point of giving the same solutions that already other companies are giving, right? So then it just hit my chord. Then I sat and I asked him, see, these are the top three things that we've been thinking. One was insurance, one was tax filing, and third was how can we build a credible income proof so that they can get an access to credit. So he said, access to credit is the customer's voice is the best voice. He said, madam, ನೀವು ಲೋನ್ ತಗೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಲೋನ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ already 150 people are taking applications every day and then giving. And if you say insurance, it is a sales. Why don't you solve my problem? So 6 o'clock, we got an information from them saying, I asked, okay, have you not filed your tax returns? Okay. For me, it was just matter of waking a friend up in the morning. Like I said, network is net worth. I called one of my very good friends, Manjunath. I asked him to do a one tax filing for me. So basically, when he did that, the taxi driver got almost 2,500 rupees refunds, and it clicked. Um so when in fact, if I had to validate my own idea versus somebody else validating, so I had a friend, her name is RJ Saujanya. So I said, why don't we announce that on the radio? See, our gaga moment of our product validation on ground medium was radio. That doesn't mean for everybody it is radio. It can be any different forms of conversation. So the whole idea was, a 45-second mention by RJ Saujanya saying that, hey, there's a tax filing deadline. If you can do, all the customers, whoever wants to do, it's a free tax filing campaign, tax email. Please do come and register. More than 180 taxi drivers registered on WhatsApp. So this was absolutely, um, absolutely overwhelming for ಎಷ್ಟು different, ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಷ್ಟ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, unlike other customer segments, taxi driver andre their cab is their own office, then they keep moving, and their time slots that they come work is like early morning or late night. To meet 180 taxi drivers in a 45-second slot, the customer acquisition, just remember, the customer acquisition was like in less than a minute. And that validated that we don't need a large tech driven platform, but tech enabling is what is needed to build a product. So uh, so if you see, the next thing that I want to say is, do not constrain yourself um, with with the space you have, people you have, or what kind of resources you have. So this is just to give you a brief overview. We started our journey in a 50 square foot office. You can see our maid sitting in the front office. So for 3 years, every time my team, we used to work out of Starbucks, we used to work out of our customer offices in Uber, Ola, we used to work out of we used to work out of um, uh, um, driver parking areas. So I think it's an extremely humbling journey. um, when we, after 7 years, when we pushed across, this was a very important milestone for us, that uh, that our customer walking area was the most important place for us than anything else. So when we merged the company in 2020 during pandemic, We started with $4, and we were valued at $4 million. Today, so again, like I said, after 4 years, in the entire 4 years of journey, a lot of people have come and probably pushed across, said, can you can you start insurance, can you start credit, can you start insurance? So it, uh, the most important part of your phase of running a bootstrap startup or a startup is saying no to what you think your existing resources will be a hindrance, existing team. So sometimes a team can make or break. So you have to validate your idea with your first, even if your top seven. I'm this this is one of the important factors that I want to say. Your top 7 people in your organization is everything. Okay, even if one of the persons come and say, I don't think we should pursue this idea, I think uh, it's like disagree but commit, you should not take it up. So today we have, after 7 years of understanding what kind of products, what kind of things that we give, we've launched a neobank called Spark Money, and almost 70,000. It's a zero balance account. Even you can log in on your Android platform and experience. So, but we again did not deviate of what we have built. Spark Money is a neobank for urban Bharat. Basically, it could be your maid, housekeeping staff. So, though we started with the cab drivers segment, we went to delivery partners in the same contract workforce. Do not deviate too much of too much of the too much of the, especially the target segment. So also I just want to take a minute on this lot of ecosystem, lot of access. Each startup is in different phase that you are actually in. Okay, so don't get confused by mentorship, incubation, grants, platforms, recognitions. So I'm actually putting the entire recognitions at the last bucket. But irrespective of whatever stage of phase you are, to get your idea validation, what you mostly need is the 1 and 2, that is the mentorship, incubation, and tech grant, uh, or any, it could be even a seed fund or angel support to elevate your work. So uh, the whole idea was, each product has its own ecosystem which will push across. So we were part of GeoGenNext ecosystem at an early stage, to scale our idea to implementation. And our make or break, I should completely acknowledge the fact of uh, our entrepreneurship journey to government of Karnataka Elevate 100 grant. We had around 10,000 paying customers offline in 2 cities, and we wanted to build a tech platform. That's when Elevate grant had happened, and we applied and we won that. We won a grant of 30 lakh rupees. In the 30 lakh rupees grant, we have generated a revenue around 3 crore rupees from 500 cities. So decoding the Karthik, I hope I have another 10 minutes, right?
Yes, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So decoding the bootstrapping. So basically, a lot of you might be in different phases. So I'm just putting it in the first 100 days. Okay, your co-founders and team can make or break. Remember this, one entrepreneurship journey is like two levels of marriage. So it is like, in India, like how you marry and you don't marry an individual, you marry a family, like that. You are not just finding a co-founder, you're actually going to eat, sleep, breathe, and live with your co-founders. Your environment should be happy, you should have a complementary skill sets, and you should have, most important thing is, you should have that unparalleled trust with your co-founders and the team. And I, whenever I'm mention this team as your top 7 people or your top 10 people, your super awesome subject matter expertise. So please know, please say what I am, what I am, what I know, and whom I know. So at my early stage, so today, I'm humbled that every time there's some opportunity, my mentor Karthik always speaks so high about our journey or what we have built, right? You can't buy any of these things by money. Yeah, this is all of what efforts that you have actually put on ground to raise yourself, right? So so. If you have met your mentors, or if you have met your someone who's spending time with you on your startup ecosystem, in building your startup, please, if they've given, someone has given feedback, go back and revert and say what you're doing. Half the people will leave taking you keep hop on hop off and take a lot of feedbacks, and but not conclude that. Do not do that. And whatever you know and whom you know, so please choose your right mentors. So this is on the idea side. uh, on working on your idea, always do a reverse engineering. Reverse engineering is think from your customer's mindset, saying that, okay, I'll just give you an use case simple example, right? Now, all of you know about insurance. So if you say, oh hey, are you covered by medical insurance, instead say, hey, pradhan mantri scheme is there at 330 rupees, this can actually cover, this is easier. So there's always a difference in the pitch and the way you want to communicate to the your stakeholders. Your first stakeholder is a customer. Your second stakeholder is your partnerships or alliances, or who can take you to the next level. And your third stakeholder is anyone who's put your money onto the table. And it also includes any banking, loan, grant, or anything. And the team is the last stakeholder. Co-founder is no one, nobody a stakeholder. You're just the actual anchor of building the organization. So this is how we worked on ground. And like I mentioned, right, always get closer to your customers, and rest all will be sorted. So we, and also for your idea validation, right? So always think of a PPP model, public private partnership model. So when we said we're working with taxi drivers, we work with Uber, we work with on ground tours and travels, we work with airports, we worked with we also worked aligned with a car service center. So 360 degrees. Keep map your the first work that we did early. Put a customer touch point. Create one. I'm genuinely saying, create one Google sheet, or an Excel sheet, and say customer touch point. Give access to all your top team members. Say, assume my cab driver goes to car service center. He goes to fuel station. He goes to airport. He meets his customers on ground. He's always on Uber. He's watching videos on Facebook. So your custom. So we had created around 128 touch points of where and what my cab drivers would do, and probably we had touched around 65 to 70 touch points um, uh, in last three to 4 years. So the next 500 days, abandon. Don't say maybe when you want to say no. I think, please, if you want to take a screenshot or just want to type this or keep anywhere, Karthik and probably the FKCCI team has seen us. Um, uh, so there's only 3 times of the year I keep going back and spending my time also, because I don't. There's a lot of times that you should keep yourself available for what you're building. So do not say maybe I will do it, maybe I'll go for this networking room. Maybe I'll try this. When you feel, weigh yourself, weigh your thoughts, and it most important is to say no. So this was one of the events that we did in Infosys. Basically, we took the set of drivers who always came to the always came, dropped them till the leadership halls, but they had never ever seen the leadership hall inside. Create a wow customer experience that you can do to your customer side. So so the next is testing, testing your ideas. Hustle is real. uh, Scale, uh, keep your top three problem statements and scale in a way that it takes it to next level. And also look at uh, uh, there should be consistency in everything that you are doing. Focus on especially, so this is the, I'll just spend I'll just spend last 2 minutes on this slide, and then I should be good enough. So uh, the so please put a traction channel to what you're trying to do. Okay, so it could be as simple as a viral marketing. It could be unconventional PR. It could be content marketing. It could be business development. It could be offline events. It could be engineering as marketing. You really have to figure and say that what is the strategy that you're doing with each of it. And I'll give you a simple example for all of this so that you know what you are doing. Okay, so I will we chose viral marketing as one of the traction channels. Okay, so our strategy was to create small content based unprod not massive production, but simple video, say where it's me or my team members speaking about the tax filing. That was a strategy. So we tested it with sharing with around one or two driver groups. It was extremely promising, and CAC is customer acquisition cost was the least because it went viral, and it hit around 1 lakh cab drivers. And on an average, month on month, we were getting around 800 to 2000 drivers through WhatsApp as a channel. So, and we tested this for 3 to 4 months. Trust me, this still stays as a top onboarding thing. So this is inner circle. This is promising. What is promising? What is long shot? I know writing a blog on LinkedIn is equally important, but will that give me paying customer today? No. So I'm going to put my time, value, money, efforts, and focus on creating my inner circle, which helps me to build a organization at the most important stage, and create put a milestones, attraction goals for what is needed. Don't forget, you might have idea, but to scale you need tech. So like I said, whom like Uber had partnered with Virat Kohli, and we had pushed it across on with Uber as an integration. I would never get a chance to rope in Virat Kohli, right? But my partner can do so. Always collaborate. And last but not least, they say faith, they say can move mountains. So as a as a founding team, as a person who started the business, you should believe in yourself that you will create a state of the art problem solving product or a solution for the most needed customer. So um, uh, the devil lies in details. Please start documenting everything separately in in you don't have to be due diligence ready when somebody is investing. You should be due diligence ready because you are putting your time, man, time, boss. Your time deserves much more than everything. So please be data savvy in your early stage. And for all the 100 odd aspirants here, this is the misfits quote is one of my favorite thing. uh, uh, Please keep evolving and trying to build what you're building. um, I'm just
Thanks.
ಸೊ
Yamuna,
ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯ ಹೇಳಕ್ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ ಕಾರ್ತಿಕ್.
please.
ಕನ್ನಡ ಬರೋರ್ಗೆ ನನ್ಗೊಂದು ತುಂಬಾ ಇಷ್ಟವಾದ ಗಾದೆ ಇದೆ, ಆಕಾಶ ನೋಡೋಕೆ ನೂಕಾಟವೇಕೆ ಅಂತ. ಪ್ರತಿ ಸರಿ ನಾನು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ಗೂ ಹೋದಾಗ ಇದೊಂದು 1 ನಿಮಿಷ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾನೊಂದ್ಸರಿ ನನ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ನೋ ಅಂದಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ 8 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ. ಎಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ 1 ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್. ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿರೋ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದಿದೀವಿ. ಅಹಮದಾಬಾದ್ ಏರ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೆ, ಏರ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ನ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಅವರು ಯಾಕೆ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಫೈಲಿಂಗ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇಕು, ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಕೋಸಿಸ್ಟಮೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇದಂಗ್ ಮಾಡೋ ನೆಸೆಸಿಟಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಏನ್ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಒಂದ್ ತಿಂಗಳು ನಮ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡೋ ಸಂಬಳ ಇಸ್ ಈಕ್ವಲ್ಸ್ ಟು ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ 1 ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಅಹಮದಾಬಾದ್. ಅವತ್ತು ನಂಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ನೀರ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತು. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಇವ್ರು ಹಿಂಗಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ರು, ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಆಚೆ ಬಂದೆ, ಐ saw the sky and I said business opportunities are so much, it's sky is the limit, right? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಗಾದೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗ್ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ, ಆಕಾಶ ನೋಡೋಕೆ ನೂಕಾಟವೇಕೆ ಅಂತ. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಐಡಿಯಾನು ಡಿಸರ್ವ್ಸ್ ಟು ಕಮ್ ಟು ಲೈಟ್. ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲಾರು ಯೂನಿಕಾರ್ನ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈವನ್ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಅ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಇಸ್ 10 times an MBA. ಸೊ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗುಡ್ ವಿಶಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಕಂಗ್ರಾಚುಲೇಷನ್ಸ್, and you've come to FKCCI. You're in the right place. Thanks, Karthik. Sorry I took.
Thank you. No. I mean, I think you had quite some time. You want to do some Q&A with you?
Yeah. I want to do Q&A.
Yeah, okay. So, see a few things. Normally, I think last year also I had so many of them here. And I know a little bit of personal story. I know some family members didn't want you to pursue this difficult. Last year, there were 3 girls who had come to FKCCI. Not to mention, they said they had learned the art of making. They were bio students. I think wine from all kinds of flowers. And they said, "Nam manege idu etkondo kotre namanantu nam tande tai bidalla. They will not let us do it." How do you overcome such problems? Yeah, I know. Things are opening up for women entrepreneurs. We have people from all over Karnataka. Some jana message madidru, Assam. We have a lot of students from all over India, Tier 2, Tier 3. I don't want to call them Tier 2, Tier 3. We call it emerging tech clusters in the government. So we want to look at strengthening these kind of ideas and the women. So that is one thing I want you to address. And also for all the others, ಏನನ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ದಕ್ಷಾಗೆ ನನಗೆ ಶುಭಾ ಗಣೇಶ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. She will also moderate some questions. I would like Shubha ma'am, you also to ask a few questions to Yamuna if possible. But for the others, please text your questions here, and Daksha or Nagaraj from FKCCI will unmute you later. Yeah, I know Jagat also is here. I welcome Jagat, the founder and CEO of Bitphone. Next speaker is already here, but yeah, we will do some Q&A with Yamuna, and then we will go to Jagat, right? Yes, Yamuna. So give some tips to our budding entrepreneurs on how to overcome personal difficulties, and also hand in hand. I know we have to do studies also, and then we have to work on our startup also. Namge exam ide antare sumari problems agutte. All of us have faced it, but how to overcome that is the first question, and second question is the importance of a mentor. Thank you.
So I'll take the second question. So especially with respect to the mentor, so I always love creating buckets. So I created 4 buckets, especially for the mentorship. The first set of people is who can believe in saying that what you're building from scratch. We start something from scratch, 0 to 1, right? Somebody in that area, any entrepreneur whom you have met, worked closely, who can give you feedbacks in like at a on ground level. That is one. And the second is, for example, just because I had met Shivku Ganeshan from Exotel in one of my previous work stints. Just because I don't have a tech team or I do not have money to build a tech, that doesn't mean that I don't have an access to build something, right? I still remember I went and I had requested a 15 minutes meeting to Shivku. That 15 minutes got 1 hour time. And I said, we are building tax filing for taxi drivers in India. I don't have any tech team. I don't know how we are having a paying customers. How can I put tech to this, the whole thing, right? So he said, like I mentioned, it's not all the time about money. It's about how you want to solve what you want to solve also, right? And Shuku connected me to Deepak Rajana, one of our mentors. He's in at X to 10X today. He was formerly with Flipkart in the supply chain management. So I don't know whatever level he is, whatever how much ever big he was. I said, can you please come down and visit us, see what problem statement we're solving? And he helped us to draft our first set of how our tech stack should look like, what we should build, kind of a thing. And of course, with respect to the ecosystem also, you might have gone applied for some grants, some workshops. Stay connected. Not all the time you need to be connected with the founders itself. Stay connected with the someone who's built the product, someone who's built the first tech engineer, or somebody who's built somebody who's on the ground sales, or somebody who's building community, right? Because they know on the ground effort. So a mentor doesn't need to be some super achiever. A mentor could be a peer also. And last but not least, always stay in touch. Always uh, go with an ask with your mentors. Don't be all over the place. If you're reaching out to a mentor, go. I used to go with specific two questions to everybody and say that these are the two things that I want to solve this month or this quarter. So that will help their time also, and they will feel that you are prepped enough to go reach out. That's the most important thing. And when it comes to, I think it's only the relentless, unconditional efforts that you want to build a startup is a very different thing. I can only tell you, in my personal instance, I wrote an email, a notice email to my family with saying that not going to be there at home for after 30 days. Only my mother realized, because I extremely have to defocus everything what you are doing, and just put all your efforts on one thing, that is building your idea. And of course there's no family members who will support at an initial stage, and there will be one parent or one sister or one brother whom you can actually rely on, right? Entrepreneurship is just not a lonely journey, but I think most of the people say entrepreneurship is a lonely journey. I think entrepreneurship is a self-love journey wherein you are so obsessed of building what you are building. uh, I am telling you today, if you're starting today, next 1,000 days, half the people who you are with might not be even there, but I'm telling you, whomever you'll be left with are your true ones. So personal journey is always tough. Keep believing that you're building something amazing one day.
ಯಮುನಾ ಅವರು ರಿಲೆಂಟ್ಲೆಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಈ ರಿಲೆಂಟ್ನೆಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಟರ್ಮ್, ಅಂಡ್ ಐ ವುಡ್ ಸೇ ಫಾರ್ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು ದಟ್ all of you think it is a 100-meter race. I have always called this a marathon. 42 kilometers, ononsati ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ 84 kilometers. People like our flight lieutenant Nagesh and others have actually come from Mandya, and he has proven everything, right? So I would call this a marathon, right? So on that note, Daksha, any other questions? You can now, it's over to the audience. You can raise hands and we can take some questions. And we want also some women entrepreneurs to ask, because our chairman Nagesh ji also is very much for inclusion, and that's why our first slot also was dedicated to Yamuna.
So I used to work with KPMG erstwhile, and we had a production. We had our productivity tracker. So basically, e-Vara in 1 week, how many hours did you work, on what engagement did you work, and we had an engagement code, what engagement work it was, and how much hour we have worked. That's how a consulting practice works. That was a very important streamline for me. Even today, we follow that in our organization. It's okay if my team comes and says I did not work for 4 hours, but if the other 4 hours is most productive and they did something right. Sometimes not that the full 9 hours you have to be there, kind of a thing, right? So from 0 to 1, from 0 to 1, it took me 20,000 hours on ground, and 1 to 3, it took another 15,000 hours. And it's still growing, right? And I've spent around 40,000 hours on ground. Uh, it's like Bahubali marathon. How to find a best co-founder for a company if you have many. You should not have many choices for your co-founder, man. I think that question itself is not right. So I'll tell you. Uh, See, not everybody is at co-founder level. See, it's like one is, uh, are they also having the same skin in the game to build with you? Okay, to all the other choices you have, say there might not be salary for 3 years. Do you still want to run the marathon with me? If anybody says yes, then please take them. So how do we validate our idea if it's a B2B product? I think um, most of the B2B partnership and alliances people are open enough to give you feedbacks on what works. Don't go validate your idea with your B2B product people. Instead, go ask what is their problem statements in the business product area that you are doing. Come back, connect your what you're building to solving their problem statement. That will actually help you. So, with respect to the information about service-oriented business, like I mentioned, um, so just whether it's product or service, do you have a paying customer? And also, especially service-oriented business are extremely changing and extremely uh, easily replicable, right? So, uh, you have to think in the reverse engineering lines, and you're also process re-engineering is something that you really have to look at. The students have brilliant ideas but struggle to structure the proof of concept. So for your proof of concept, right? Like I mentioned, right? See, everybody else says do your business model canvas, put things in place. Um, it is hand in hand. I don't deny, but go meet your customers. So I think baseline. See, when I did, I never knew this was a baseline survey or anything. Why don't you meet 25 customers, different varieties of end customers, and if and try to document in and out of what they are doing, what you want to sell them. I think that first 25 set of customers in and out journey will help you. Shubhagan is happy to probably just take a set of 5 students and try to understand how where they're actually stuck, and probably then can give a framework for you. Omkar, Rajesh, you've still not started the journey at all, and you're speaking about an exit strategy. Uh, and so, when can your exit strategy can factor? Boss, if you're building a startup saying that you will make money, you're going to be unicorn, or you want to exit, no, I think you'll never build a value-driven product for what you actually have to build. Um, now even with the social stock exchange and IPOs, right? Exit is not something that you should think of. You should actually, you can think of an exit strategy after 8 to 10 years of your efforts. Until then, I don't think, except building the company, that you should not have any other thought. The co-founder is basically, like I mentioned, right? Not e- not everybody needs to be co-founder, right? They could be first set of the intrapreneurs are the most important people. Like your top seven, top eight people are like that can make or break what you're building, right? So probably if you have got too many requests or too many people, bring in them as the initial founding team members. See who where they're committed, and then probably take it forward for a co-founding team. Salam Isra, I would need a little more information on what product you are doing. You can connect me on LinkedIn, and I'll be able to revert back to you. So if just to add for Omkar is asking, even incubators ask us for exit strategy. So instead of putting an exit strategy at this early stage, right? Say that what is your go-to market in next 18 months to 3 years. Give a confident approach there. That will help you crack the situation. Is it advised to work on a startup while having a 9 to 5 job other than until we have grown up onto certain level? So this answer this both yes and no. I was working as a consultant in I was not doing a typical 9 to 5 job, but for 2 years I was working as a consultant because there was a little bread and butter that I had to put onto the table. But the moment we validated our idea, it was scaling. We had to put our foot down and say that this is the only thing that we are going to do. Two things at a time, nothing can be achieved.
And just to add on to the incubator part, many of the incubators are here now to encourage you. Like the government of Karnataka's Elevate program, Yamuna is a winner, so you can vouch for it. All of you should apply in the next round. And also, there are many incubators, sector focused. Karnataka has 8 centers of excellence. There is NASCOM. I will request Jagat in the next session to talk because he's the incubator at NASCOM. There is Triple IT Bangalore. I was Chief Innovation Officer. Deep tech and robotics are encouraged. IISA encourages deep tech. So there are many sectoral incubators which we will also let you know. And I think if anyone is from Malleswaram, you should apply to Yamuna's incubator. She runs something called Community 55, and she'll be happy to incubate some of them also. Right, Yamuna?
Thank you, Karthik. You just made my day. So probably this is the first ever online mention or anything. We have launched Community 55 Foundation. It's in the process. Probably in a month we are launching the uh, idea to POC support program. We have supported around 10 startups in last month. Um, the whole idea is to support student entrepreneurs and women entrepreneurs, women-led uh, startups to validate their proof of concepts. So thank you. Team Yamuna Shastri is my LinkedIn ID. You can find it. And thank you so much for FKCCI, Manthan, Karthik, and the entire team for giving me this opportunity. And happy to do any follow-up workshops for the other questions that students are asking. And good luck to everybody. You might. It's not about this 1 million or 10 lakh rupees that you're going to get. It's about your relentless commitment to build something. I think that will take you to somewhere. and you're at the amazing first step. Good luck, guys.
Thank you, Yamuna. I think even Shubha is one of our program moderators. She's the founder of Money Shiksha. She's also mentored a lot. Entire finance track tomorrow is also handled by her. I will ask her also to get in touch with you. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for doing this session for us.
Thank you.
Thank you. On that note, I think we have our next speaker who's already logged in. Jagat Iyer is very dynamic entrepreneur. He's also an Elevate winner. I know Jagat from about 12-14 years. Also, his wife has worked with me in Rotaract. He started his journey as a technical associate with Dell and insurance advisor with Aviva, and was a site engineer at Shobha, and then was a project manager at Keystone, and was a director at Tatsat Corporate Solutions, and a manager at Evercrave. He's now built Vidphone, and Vidphone is India's answer to I would say Zoom, introducing video marketing automation generation. I promise the next session will be on Vidphone, Jagat. We'll explore with FKCCI. And Vidphone is the new normal in the video first economy, bringing you remote customer and teams closer, empowered with the right tools and needed to complete tasks better with no download. And yes, his top skills are entrepreneurship, project management, product management, well versed in Kannada, Tamil, English, and Hindi. It's nice to have you. He's a budding entrepreneur now. I cannot call him budding entrepreneur anymore. He's the inspiration to many entrepreneurs now. Incubated at NASCOM 10,000 startups and leading a large team of people. Thank you for yours, our judge last year also, and thank you for agreeing to do this session. And Jagat, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Karthik. Of course, Karthik, very, very good friend, and also I would say, at a lot of levels, a mentor also with all the work he's doing with the government as well. So fantastic. Thanks to FKCCI. It's a pleasure to be back. I hope everything audible, all good. Just want to check once.
All good, all good.
Okay, thanks. Very, very warm welcome, and good morning to all the viewers. And of course, I say viewers broadly. I would love this to be interactive. I don't have too many slides today because I felt the kind of topic that I have today is something that is very, very. It really depends on the context. So I'm happy to take questions from the beginning, if that's okay. A little bit to kind of fine tune it so it suits what you have in mind as well, right? So, but I want to lay forward some kind of a structure. My topic is understanding your product/service in its detailed components. And when you look at this, it really depends on the product or service. But I've tried to lay out some general framework, how most of us can think about products. I do this when we are also thinking of products at Vidphone. First, let me just give you a quick introduction, okay, about myself, what I do, humbly, and very much a Bangalore boy, first of all, born here, Bangalorean. So National Public School, Christ College, my PU in Christ. Then I went to NIT, National Institute of Technology in Prayagraj. Previously, it was called Allahabad. We call it Prayagraj these days. And then, when I was 22 is when I kind of took my first shot at entrepreneurship. Right? I'm talking of 2007. Did it for about a year. And then 2008 was the whole Lehman Brothers recession era. So I thought, let's use logic there. Went back, finished college, worked in construction. I was a civil engineer, and I did, civil engineering was something that I really wanted to do when I was young. Some Kanglish, okay, sure. So we will also, Elrigo Kannada, English Parvagila andre, let me know if, the Kannada.
Some statement.
Sure. Even otherwise, Yargaudo, Arthagila andre, please feel free to, message me or whatever. Definitely, Kannada, I'll try. Some of the terms may not be that easy, but I'll give it a shot. I think I have other Kannada, people who can help me as well. So Any doubts, please let me know. So 2010 is when I would say, Startup Maradev, started my second company. I was 25. Social commerce was what we were doing that time, right? So we had some thought process around what the social commerce market would look like. Looking back, Narendra, it was a very, I would not have done what I did in 2010 because when the social networking, it had not yet, completely stabilized or not, the market was not really there like today. And even e-commerce, it was very, very early days. We were scared of making an online payment. We didn't know if a payment would go through. Things have changed a lot. I don't know the students, whether you can imagine how it was back in 2008, 2010, but it was, different days. But couple of years we did that and it was a great learning for us, right? So when you're building things in the early days, and we had, paying customers back then, and it was, very nice to learn, how the ecosystem was. So as you're in the market, I got some requests from some large enterprises to do some, custom applications. So I'm an engineer. I've always been building, software products. This is what I love to do. And that's how our journey started, right? Very organically, we moved into digital transformation. So in the 4 or 5 years, we did digital transformation work with, mainly around enterprise application development, digital marketing, and putting that piece together, digital for companies, Underwriters Laboratories, Cushman Wakefield, be it Rentokil Initial, Danfoss, even the largest political party, in the world, probably, ZTV. So we've done a lot of work with large enterprises. So 2016, I got an impression saying that, what's the next big thing in customer experience? And very quickly, it was video, right? It was video chat. I'm talking of 2016 when, we didn't have the Zooms of the world. We didn't have Google Meet. We were, mainly on Skype and some of these technologies, Skype and FaceTime for iOS users. So I thought, like, in India, now in Karnataka, so much of business happens in Kannada. Hundreds of crores worth of business in like what Karthik said, the emerging tech clusters as well. All of these are outside the fold of English and what we generally call this organized, tech work, right? So in Tamil Nadu, you have a whole lot of things happening in Tamil. You have Hindi happening. You have Gujarati. So the power of our country really is this vernacular aspect. And I looked around and I saw there were no solutions here addressing video chat. So we launched our first video chat app here from Bangalore before Google Duo on the Play Store. And after that, with WhatsApp launched video chat. Then you had, browser-based conferencing, what you see, Teams, Meet, Zoom. So we had this version about 1.5 years before all of this became mainstream. So 2020, obviously everything became remote, right? Everything became video, and it was great to see this kind of whole category become something that everybody uses. Video conferencing and video chat was there even before, but not in the way that we use it today, right? It was restricted to boardrooms or, white collar jobs. Today, everybody is video chatting, and that's a big change in the whole way people are communicating, right? So that's a bit of context. Like Karthik also mentioned, yeah, we're incubated NASSCOM 10,000 startups. We raised some funding from, folks at Google, Harvard, KPMG, EY, Goldman Sachs, other folks. STPI is a partner with us. And yes, we have won the Elevate grant as well. So I'm very grateful to the whole ecosystem, with whom we have built this company. And I would consider this whole ecosystem as our co-founder, actually, because when I look at it, that's how it's been. Over 13 years, I think we have seen this, this ecosystem really more, right? So that's a bit about me. We have some, we have large paying customers as well, but I won't get too much into all of that. Let me get now to, the crux of the talk, right? So please feel free to make notes, guys. And, I'll try and explain again. So the topic is really, understanding your product or service in its detailed components. So to understand this, we need to first of all understand, and I guess I'm talking to a lot of students here who are, kind of putting their first feet into the entrepreneurial lifestyle. You need to understand what is a product and what is a service. Understanding a difference between a product or service, and I'm happy to take comments. People can, comment out there, give me your opinions. Let's make it interactive. I don't want to just keep this like, Christ College or school. This is, I think I'm also going to learn from you guys. So please feel free to comment, and I hope the moderators and everything, we were okay with, some kind of interaction. So this is your permission before we go ahead. In a very simple way, I think, and parallelly, all the students can also, you can Google or you can just search and make notes on this later. Right? So in a very broad way, a product and a service, what differentiates the two? A product is something that is tangible, and a service is something that is intangible. Now, what is tangible? Now, when you look at tangible, it means something I can touch and feel. That's the basic high-level difference, right? A simple example, right? So this laptop is something that's a product, right? But the video conferencing, you can say, is a service. Or, let's say that somebody who is a salon, a person who cuts hair, he uses products, which might be the scissors, the comb, there might be a chair, etc. But his intangible skill of haircut is the service aspect, right? You have Uber, you have the Uber app, which is something that you can touch and feel, you can interact with. But the driver, the experience is the service. Right? I hope we're making sense. To understand the difference fundamentally between product and service is very important. Only then can you really fine-tune what you want to build. And when you look at also product and service is something to do with scale. Right? Product is something where, typically we say in software, either you build and then you sell, or you sell and then you build. Okay. So product companies, typically they will build before they sell. And when you look at service companies, they will typically sell before they build. Okay. I hope that and many times these simple things help us answer some questions, what we are doing ourselves. Okay. So this is the fundamental difference between a product and a service, something that's intangible versus tangible. And in terms of, let's say, the build and sell, model of thinking. When we look at products, and I can talk to you more about my industry, which is the tech industry, where we build predominantly software, but increasingly a lot of hardware that's coupled with the software. And when you look at products, and this is something that I've learned over time, and if I knew this 13 years ago, I would have probably saved myself a lot of effort and time. So this is something that I learned over time, and it's from a beautiful book called The 22 Immutable Laws of Marketing. And in that, one of the laws, and they talk about the product categories and categories of your mind. Let me give you an example. Any kind of product does not exist in isolation in the market. Right? Typically, I think, okay, I want to get myself a phone. And then I will think what phone I want to get. I want to buy a car. And then I would think what car I want to get. So we think of first product category, and then we think of the product. So unless we as entrepreneurs start thinking this way, we are going to build generally products that people don't want or they don't need. And one of the great quotes that I learned back in 2008, 2010 by Paul Graham was build things people love, build things people want. Right? There is no point building something that people don't want. And it's also the biggest reason for failure. Sometimes you might say lack of funding, lack of co-founders, lack of all of that. But typically it's because of lack of want from the market. Okay. So understanding your product or service, one of the main things to understand is in which category of products does my product really fit in. Let me give you an example or 2-3 examples there. Let's say I want to buy a car. Now, when I think of car, and let's say we are talking of the international market, right? Just to kind of, the examples become more pronounced when it's the international market. So when you think of cars, I could think of a Maruti Alto. I could probably think of maybe a Hyundai Verna or something like this. I could then think of, Toyota Fortuner. And then I could think of maybe a Mercedes or a BMW. Right? So there are at least here 4 ladders in this product category. I mean, I hope you guys are getting what I'm saying. And I hope we're all, understanding this together. Because it's one of the most important concepts that once you understand this, you will understand how to position your product and more about what your product really needs to win that particular ladder. Right? And typically you will never win all the ladders. Right? you will not find one car company. Like there is nothing, even a Mercedes-Benz does not appeal to somebody who is just starting to work or to a lower middle class household, right? So Mercedes-Benz does not matter. What we want maybe is a Maruti Wagon-R or, you know, something that's simple. So in any, and then we can take another example. Let's also take an example of, let's take some software examples, or let's say technology, right? Let's say I want to buy a mobile phone. Now, immediately, I think you guys would start thinking about where is that product hierarchy, right? So you would think maybe an Oppo, Vivo, and something like this, the entry-level smartphones, Android. Then you may think of maybe a better Android phone, maybe 20K, 25K, I don't know. And then maybe an entry-level iPhone, and maybe at the highest end of the product category, we have, of course, the latest models of the iPhone, right? And that's how the iPhone market or the smartphone category really evolves. So you can really take this out to any kind of product that you buy. It could be to bikes, to cars, to houses, to clothes. And if you look at, let's say, clothing, right? Of course, I'm here wearing my Bitphone, brand. But typically when you look at, let's say, clothing, there would be, I mean, in the olden days, I don't know, I think Karthik comes, we had at the lowest end of jeans, there was something called rough and tough jeans. I think it was 299 rupees a jeans. And then you had Newport, which was 399. And then we would have maybe Lee and something like this, Wrangler. And then you would go to probably the Levi's. And then on top, above that, you may go to Versace, you may go to, and today Philippe Plein. Philippe Plein is at the highest end of the jeans category, luxury. It's like ultra luxury, right? So if you guys know Floyd Mayweather, so Mayweather wears Philippe Plein. So Philippe Plein is way ahead of like Versace in the minds of the consumer. And Versace is way ahead of rough and tough in the minds of the consumer. So if you want to build a product, you need to think about, and there is nothing like this is the right or the wrong place to start a product category. Because what you build in that product will really depend on where in that product hierarchy is your product fitting. I cannot have an entry-level product and make it with the best of materials, the best of a customer experience. Something's got to take a hit somewhere. And you have to make that sacrifice to be able to build great products. Like one of the things that we do, just to give you an example, all of the video conferencing market, you have to download the application. Many people say that on the browser, on the desktop, you don't need to. But if you look at the web-based versions, it's very, very laggy. The video is bad. It keeps freezing. But we took a call saying that, and we call it secure by design, where we don't want you to have something installed on your system. Many times when you get off of a video call in installed software, you never get off the call. It just says that you're off. And that's snooping, and that's really bad security. So we took a call saying that we will never force our users to download an application, even on the mobile phone. Now, you cannot use any of the video conferencing apps on the mobile phone using the browser with good experience. And we did that because we said we don't want to worry about encryption, all these afterthought things for security. Security comes number one, and we call it secure by design. Now, when we do that, sometimes our performance takes a hit, right? Because when I've installed software, I can tap into the resources of that phone a lot better than if I'm just running on the browser. But it also opens up some other benefits where I can call directly from my website, and I can really open up video conferencing where there's no need for anyone to download an app. So this is how you craft like what you want to really stand right in the product. And this is the most important. The detailed components. What are the, so we call our conferencing, for example, download less, click less, zero click. You don't need to click on anything. And so that's how you really come up with what are the components that make up your product. Okay. I hope that's making sense. So this would also apply to hardware. This would apply to software products as well. So if there's one big key takeaway that I would say somebody can take from this talk is to think in terms of the categories of the products in your mind. Eldrigo, I hope ಇದು clear ಆಗಿದೆ. So the product isolation ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡೋ ಬದಲು ಆ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಕನ್ಸ್ಯೂಮರ್ ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಕಸ್ಟಮರ್ ನಾನು ನಾನೊಂದು ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಾನು ಥಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನನ್ಗೊಂದು ಮನೆ ಬೇಕು, ನಾನು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನನ್ಗೊಂದು ಶೋಭಾ ಮನೆ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಸಮ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ಗೆ ಹೌದು ನನಗೆ ಐಫೋನ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿ ಆಫ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್. ವಿ ವೋಂಟ್ ಟಾಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಐಫೋನ್. ಅದೊಂದು ಎಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಷನ್ ಟು ದ ರೂಲ್. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ದ ಜನರಲ್ ನಾರ್ಮ್. ನಾರ್ಮಲಿ ನನ್ಗೊಂದು ಫೋನ್ ಬೇಕು, ನನ್ಗೊಂದು ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಫೋನ್ ಬೇಕು, ನನ್ಗೊಂದು ಬೈಕ್ ಬೇಕು, ನನ್ಗೊಂದು. ಸೊ think always in terms of the categories, product category, and where you are fitting in. Where you fit in is all about your strategy. Google, if you look at the example of Google, Google is a mass market product. They appeal to everybody, right? Along with that comes some compromise in terms of your data, in terms of security, the ad model. So they have some trade-offs. ನನ್ಗೊಂದು ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ವಿನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಯಾಕ್ರಿಫೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ನಾನು ಆ ಸ್ಯಾಕ್ರಿಫೈಸಿಗೆ ರೆಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ವಿನ್ನೇ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕ. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಗೇಮ್ ದಟ್ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಲರ್ನ್ಡ್. ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಸ್ಯಾಕ್ರಿಫೈಸ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಟು ವಿನ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್. Zoom, for them to win, for example, and it's a beautiful product. I have a lot of respect and we learn a lot from our competition. And I want to thank, this whole, all of these large companies for building video conferencing. 2016-17 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇದೇ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸಿಂಗ್, ನಾನು ಇಂದಿರಾನಗರಲ್ಲಿ, ಕೋರಮಂಗಲಲ್ಲಿ, ಐ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಡೋರ್ ಟು ಡೋರ್ ಆನ್ ಈಚ್ ಶಾಪ್. JNC ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ರೋಡ್ ಇರಲಿ, ಇಂದಿರಾನಗರ್ 100 feet ring road ಇರಲಿ, ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ದೊಮ್ಲೂರ್ flyover till the KFC, I know every shop. And those days people never understood what is the importance of video conferencing. But today, all of the wonderful companies, they've built these products along with us as well. We have also done this parallelly. And what we have seen is that there's a great adoption, and definitely we want to thank the whole industry for this whole push of making video conferencing. So in video conferencing only, there will now today, it doesn't matter which link you get. You will just click on whether it's X, Y, Z. Tomorrow people will have choice. Alla nange Airtel e beku, nange Vodafone e beku, nange Gmail e beku, email. So I'm saying that when we think, and I'm just giving an example of our thought process also, right? As another thumb rule of components of products and service, think about always higher end in the market is better than lower end in the market. Apple versus Google. With market cap, with growth, with net profit, with revenue, Apple is the number one in the world. There is no question about this. Apple is so big that Apple makes 40% of tech revenues go to Apple. 75% of net profit of the tech industry go to Apple. 75% of net profit of the industry. So they are clearly number one tech company today. And they don't appeal necessarily at the entry level, generally. Today, of course, with new emerging markets, they are looking at more entry level products. But typically, in the olden days, iPhone 2, iPhone 3, 4, 5, you would say the so-called upper segments of the market would buy those. Similarly, Tesla is not a company that appeals necessarily to the first time you're buying a car. Again, they are going bottom end now that they have dominated a lot of market. But typically, they're at the higher end of the market. If you want to really look at net profit, revenue, etc. Coming to a social angle, yes, I want to have large scale. I want to impact the last mile. I really want to build for my country. That's another big challenge. How do we build at scale with the same time security and handling all of these multiple components that people require? So I think this is a very, very important concept, and it's like the most fundamental thing you can think about. In terms of product category, in terms of the drawers of a consumer's mind, what are the drawers, like shelves of a consumer's mind in terms of product category, and then to understand about, what we're talking about. These are the few things here. So I'll move quickly to the next one. Just made a note while, Karthik and also Yamuna, the previous speaker, was speaking. They're talking about the word relentless. And many times finding that sweet spot in product is about being relentless. There was something I heard where when Steve Jobs built the iPad, there were thousands of versions of white that he went through or something like that. Hundreds of versions of white that he went through. Just think about the power of iteration and relentlessness. In fact, many of you may know the company Amazon.com, right? We all buy in Amazon, we shop from there. The first name that Jeff Bezos thought about for Amazon was actually relentless.com. He in fact even bought the domain and he still has it. So that's really the power of it. I just want to share that when I heard the word relentless. It was also the first name that Amazon was supposed to have. So there's some trivia there. Okay. Now we want to talk about some general 5 concepts or 6 concepts of products. Okay. To think about the 6 components of any product or service. We have established the difference between product and service. We have then tried to understand this concept called category, product category, which is very important in understanding the components. And now we'll try to get to 5 or 6 generic components. I'm not sure exactly what time I started. So if anyone can, you can tell me whether I have 5 minutes to talk, or that'll be wonderful. Thanks. Let's come to the 6 pillars, what we can call, or 6 components of your product or your service. Okay, and there is no book on this. There is no thesis. Okay, this is just a framework, my framework rather, or a framework that I would use now in this interaction. It's not something that's written in stone or something like this. So there could be more, there could be less. So just take this with loosely, right? The number one thing one needs to think about, and I'm very passionate about this, and I think it's the R&D or the innovation. When I think of a product, and when we think in terms of the tech industry, when we think in terms of a new product coming in, why would somebody ever do anything different? Think about this. Let's say somebody asks you to open a bank account and you already have a bank account. Why would you do it? Why would you do something? Humans generally, we don't like to change, right? Remember that most of the times we are building products and services for humans. We have not yet reached the state where we're building products and services for bots or machines or something like that. So all of this is relevant as long as we are building products for humans. And the word product itself is something that addresses the need of a human, right? So unless there is something new, better, or different, there is no real place for that product in the new market, in the market. I hope that makes sense. If people can disagree, you can feel free to disagree. Would love to hear why. Why would I put a product that already is the same thing in the market? What chance I have of winning that market share if I'm just going to go and do that against established incumbent competition? Okay. So the number one thing, it's overthought that it's only products. Even service has to have a component of niceness, innovation, something new, something interesting. If there is bad service, you would not go to that restaurant. You would not go to that salon. You would not go to that car service center. So there has to be a level of good, positive, happy customer service, even if it's in the service. Be the least you can offer, apart from some added value. Okay. So the number one thing I would say is think about R&D and innovation. How can we offer something that is new, a new experience, a new way of doing things? And another general thumb rule on innovation is that it is better to be different than to be better. Okay. And think about that. Suppose you already had something that's working. Suppose I say, okay, this is a little bit better. Or if I said, look, this is something that's totally different. Which would you be more curious to kind of explore, right? And the reason you would do that, why you would want to be different as opposed to being better, is because you would move into new markets where there's no competition, which is always better than fighting where there is a lot of competition, right? You create new markets, create new space. Like if you look at an iPhone, I'm giving these examples because it's not because, necessarily only it's an example, but it's a very relevant example. Okay. Today, almost everybody will eventually own something in the Apple ecosystem. Right. So when Apple came out, it was the first of its kind in the smartphone category. There were other smartphones. They were not very smart. There were feature phones. They were again not very smart. So truly you had smartphones when the iPhone came. And that was something that was totally different, not just better than one of those flip phones that we used to use. Okay. So this is number one, R&D. Number two is user experience. This is something that is constant across all products, all categories, generic 6 pillars or 6 components of a product or service. When was the last time you ever bought something or bought a product or went to a service where the customer experience was bad? And how did you feel about it? Would you go there again? Would you tell anybody else about it? So second thing is the user experience, a happy user experience. Generally in business, we call it customer satisfaction. CSAT, right? So suppose I started my career when I was 19 at Dell, Koramangala, EGL. And my work was to troubleshoot portables like Inspiron and Latitude laptops of Dell. And we would have CSAT scores, customer satisfaction scores. And even till today, that's one of the most important things in all businesses. Right? Is the customer satisfied with the experience that you're providing? In services, you may call the word client. Okay, client and customer, we use the word loosely to be equivalent. Okay, but the difference, there is a difference there. Typically, a customer, the word customer comes when the client develops certain customs with the business. That's how the word came about. Customer, somebody who follows some customs. How does he behave, or what is the way in which they interact with us? Then it becomes a customer. That's the general kind of difference in customer and client. But product or service, you would say customer or client again. So I would say a beautiful customer experience, a beautiful client experience. Okay. The third one is product or service ops or the operations. It's really the back end of what makes this product or service work well, right? Coming back to one of the beautiful Apple products, I think the Apple II, when they made the Apple II, or when they made the Macintosh actually, inside the desktop, and I'm talking of desktop portables, right? I mean, sorry, desktop computers, which are the monitor and the keyboard and all of that. 1984. Inside the laptop, where people cannot see anything, they had the signatures of all the people who had worked on that Macintosh, the original computer. What a beautiful thing. Right? So if anybody has a Macintosh today, which is worth probably tens of thousands of dollars, inside that they will find the inscriptions, inscribed signatures of all the people who worked on that Macintosh. Not only Steve Jobs or XYZ, right? Again, so we'll get to that. That's a good question. Sweekriti, we'll get to that. It's a good question. Customer satisfaction or consumer satisfaction. We'll get to that. I just want to continue my thought process so I don't lose track where I'm talking. So in the inside of the thing, they are written, all the people who are behind the product. So even if you look at a business, there is a front end of the business, what you see, the sales team, the marketing, the customer support. And there is the people that you don't see who are also working equally hard to make this experience beautiful, right? And it's what I call loosely product or service operations. It's what goes behind the scenes to make it work, okay? The fourth aspect, increasingly, is scalability, okay? And this is one of the big differences between a product and a service. That's why today, if you look at some of the top companies in the world, and I mean, typically when I'm saying the world, again, I would say, look at the US market, NASDAQ and stuff like that. You would see Apple, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Facebook, Netflix. And that's because they're all product companies. They're not necessarily service companies. Yes, a part of their revenue would be some services they do, but you would find that a predominantly large share of their total revenue, total profit would come from the products. Because a product you can make once, sell many times. It can scale better. A service, each time you have to service that request. Okay. Typically, how do service companies scale? If I look at the top companies in India, the top tech companies in India, TCS, Infosys, Wipro, maybe HCL, right? These are services companies. They're not product companies. We are finding like a Zomato and Paytm slowly come into the bigger companies in India, but not yet there. So in India, we have seen biggest market cap in companies are all service companies. So the word for services companies is productized service. Okay, platformizing. So typically you would get a big client, do some work with them, and then slowly start putting the product pieces together. What a product is something repeatable. So you have to think, okay, if I've got this customer, and many of our products we build after we first do a service deal with them. We think there is a big need, there's a big market need, and then we learn something from that. Of course, compliant to our NDAs and stuff like that. And we think about how can now we build something that will address the similar problem for this TG, target audience. Many other people who are in that same problem statement, sector cluster. Okay. So if you're running a services company, you would think about productizing that service. To give you an example, how many of you used to book cabs in Bangalore 15 years back? And how many of you liked the experience? Calling the cab guy, I think Karthik will resonate, and guys, probably my age demographic. It is a nightmare booking a cab. We would not know whether we're going to get the cab, how the cab is going to be, how the driver's state of mind is going to be. And then came something like Ola and Uber. They kind of standardized the process. They productized the service. Similar experience you can say with booking hotels, like Oyo. Before, we didn't know if you had to book a place, you had to go somewhere out of town and you had to book something. You didn't know what hotel you were going to get when you had to, unless somebody already was there or you went there before. But today you have a standardized experience. So if for scalability, services companies need to think productized service. And all product companies will start adding more and more service component to their own product, okay, where you can do profit maximizer. Because typically the bigger money is made in services deals. I'm talking generally, okay? The bigger money per ticket size, per transaction, one-to-one, the bigger money lies in services. But the scale lies in product. So those who are product companies will look to get service money. Those who are service companies will look to get product money. And that's the way to do that. Okay. Now the fifth point, fifth out of six. So after this, we have one more and then maybe Q&A. So the fifth point is a beautiful 6-letter word that I call impact. Okay. And this is important because unless you're doing this, unless you're creating impact, why really are you doing what you want to do? See, if you want to just make money, it's a lot easier to probably get a job and go ahead. Don't look to start a company. Like I think even Yamuna and other panelists said. It's a lot easier to just get a job and get money, and it's a lot easier way to make money, okay, to be honest with you. But if you really want to create impact, that's when I think you should build companies. Not only startups. Startups, many times we associate the word startup with a product. It's not correct. Always think you're building a company. A company is a bunch of products, is a bunch of services. It's like Karthik said, is a marathon. A product, I would say, is a sprint. I mean, at the timeline of a company. In products also, we have sprints. So think of it that way. So think about impact. If you really want entrepreneurship, like somebody said about exit, no, don't think about this stuff. It's not what you should be thinking about. You have your priorities, I would say, wrong. Before even you enter, if you think of exiting, why are you entering? You might as well stay out. And it's not that easy the market's not so naive to just donate money to people. Okay. So really think about impact. When you build products, you can have more mass impact. When you build a service, you may have more deep impact. This is how I look at it, if that makes sense, guys. Like a Facebook can launch yesterday, and by today, or ChatGPT, more, recent explosion happened because it was a product. Just imagine if they had to hire one office and you had to go there and see what is this ChatGPT. How would it reach people? So only a product can have that kind of scale impact. But deep impact, I would say, is a service, okay, at a broad level. And the last component, sixth component, and this I would say, I'm an Indian. This is FKCCI, the Federation, Karnataka Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And I think all of us here are Indians. So something very close to my heart, something that I build, why I build things, is what I call like affordability and access. In India, as I said, we have probably the largest number of poor people, largest number of unfed people. We have a lot of neglected audience, right? In the hundreds of millions of people. And constantly we need to think, how can I make my service and product affordable and accessible? I'm talking purely from a social impact standpoint. Yes, if you want to just make money and be like Apple or be like, Louis Vuitton, which is one of the larger, clothing companies, yes, you should look at appealing to the higher end of the market. But being young people, and I would say I'm young, I'm nearing 40, but I take the liberty to call myself young, and all of us are young. So as young people, we need to kind of think about our country. So affordability and access is very, very important. Can I make my services and my products affordable to my audience, to my relevant community, my country, my state? And can I think about giving them access to things they didn't have before, right? So these 6 things: 1, innovation and R&D, user experience, or client or consumer or customer experience, like Sweekriti said, customer satisfaction, consumer satisfaction, product or service operations, scalability, impact, and affordability and access. Okay. So I hope you have made a note of these 6 points. I just take Sweekriti's question. If you want to just add to your question, how do you define the difference between a consumer and a customer? Now, a consumer, could I be a consumer of a free product? Is that what you mean? Like, I'm a Facebook user, I'm a consumer, I'm a Flipkart customer. It's a nuance. I think it's a technicality. Eventually, I would say broaden the whole thing to stakeholder satisfaction. Whether it's your customer, your vendor, your investor, your employee. All right, great. Okay, it's a good way to put it. I like that. Thanks for clarifying, Sweekriti. Let's take an example maybe of an enterprise or a company or a business where, let's say, the purchase department pays and buys for it. And let's say a marketing person is the consumer. Is that kind of, is that the kind of nature of the question? Cool. I would always say, again, stakeholder satisfaction. It's not, can you have only roti without dal or sabji? Or can you have only chawal without sambar or anna without sambar? You need anna and sambar. So when I build company, and I build with enterprises where we build with Danfoss or other large enterprises, I think of all my stakeholders. If your end user only is happy, but your person who's paying for it, you have a bad relationship with them, they're not happy, you're not going to do it for long. Similarly, if only the person who's paying for it is happy and the person who's not using it is not happy, it's not going to last long. So if you want to convert that consumer to a customer more, or you want them to be long-term customers, I would say you really have to. There is no, it's not a this or that. I would say it's really both, because they are your stakeholders. It would probably be easy if you just had to focus on one, but who said life's easy? Okay. My view is that you should focus on both, and that's what I do. And today we have customers after 10 years, they're still customers of ours. So I think we're doing a reasonable job. Okay. there's a difference between B2B and B2C. Typically in B2C, the customer is the consumer. Can I make that assumption? Unless it's an education app where maybe the parent buys and the student uses, right? But typically when you say B2C and B2B, there are different strategies. Right? Business to consumer is more marketing focused. So your question, when I look at marketing, it's more B2C. When I look at, so while selling, who should we keep in mind? That's enterprise, that's different. So coming to your question, when you're marketing something, then I'm marketing towards definitely the parent, but the parent is also influenced by that student who sees the ad or sees Shah Rukh Khan, whatever, right? Byju's and stuff like that. So again, it would really depend on the context. I would like to answer that, but it's a little bit contextual to what exactly you're doing there. So Karthik and anybody else, I mean, the moderators, I'm ready to take questions. I hope I'm okay on my time.
Yeah, I think you're good with your time. We still have some time left. Yeah, I'll open this up to questions. But first thing I wanted to ask you is that, how did the family take your entrepreneurial journey? Of course, it comes first from the parents, and then after you get married from your spouse. So I know your wife also is an entrepreneur. It was easier for you, but I mean, many have this. How did the support come from them?
Yeah, I mean, so I just heard the previous speaker as well, and sometimes they say that the family does not, but for me, I must say that my parents, in fact, I came back after my 7th semester, just to put context. I was studying in Prayagraj, which is Allahabad, like 2,000 kilometers away or something, 2 days by train. And after my 7th sem, I decided by then.
I know you couldn't fly. Many of them fly to places.
Nowadays, of course,
the olden
back
times
then,
you had to go only by train.
I come from a very middle class family, and back then, I remember only the first time I went there, my dad took me a flight. I had to take the 2-day train journey, 2 trains. We had to switch. Good times again. I love those days. And I just came back and I told my dad, like, I'm not. He asked me, Jagat, how was the exams? I said, I didn't write the exams. I'm not going back because I'm starting we didn't call it startup. We said, I'm just going to do my own business. And my dad also is somebody who's been practicing, he's a practicing company secretary, one of the people who wrote the Companies Act 2013, probably the top 1% of his field. So luckily, he's also been very independent. For 30 years, he's practicing. So he was very, very kind, my dad, and I'm very happy with the way he reacted because they supported me completely. My mom also, of course, mothers are mothers, and she was a little bit more taken aback by, said, Jagat, you have 2 jobs and you're from a good college and what is all this stuff? But then again, soon she began supporting me very, very soon, right? The moment she realized that I was really committed, immediately, they have never actually questioned anything about that. And that's, I think, I consider myself very blessed, for that. I do understand that many places like that may not be the case, right? And it's really tough that time. But you must realize that you're not alone, right? There are many, many cases of entrepreneurs, even in India, where they're not coming from a business family, but they found their way, right? So nothing succeeds like success. Yes, sometimes maybe your parents, hopefully you would want to take your parents into into consensus, I would say, before you start as much as you can. But sometimes if you're just crazily passionate about it, you have to do it. You should go ahead and do it. And I think the only way to answer that is with the success. For me also, it took me I would say 2-3 years before I got my first big checks. The moment I showed those checks to my dad and he felt that, okay, that's significant money, then, they become a lot more normal. So nothing succeeds like success. If it's tough for you, get that first win. It's a lot more important for you to get that win and prove it to them that you're okay. Because that's all really they care about. It's not that they say that you should not do business something. There's an underlying reason, and that's because they care about it. Yeah. That's what I would think of. Yeah.
We can take some questions from the chat. I request everyone to put it up on the chat.
Okay, it's a tech product, so I'm assuming that you're talking software. You'll never wait. you need to be selling before you even build something. And this is the way we build products. Okay. Like the previous speaker also said, like benchmarking surveys or talking to your customer, seeing if you can actually get them to pay for what you're going to build, and getting that, you're already 50% or more into your journey. So in terms of software, I would say never ever wait. It's already too late. Customer adoption time. How do we evaluate customer adoption time? So we have some metrics when you build SaaS products, like you have like a time for CAC payback. You have things like, net retention, stuff like this. But look, end of the day, business comes to simple formula. Nowadays, we are coming to this equation kind of, you can keep a general thumb rule. LTV is equal to or more 3 times CAC. LTV is lifetime value of the customer, what they're going to pay me or pay your business over the full lifetime they're in engagement with your customer. LTV. Is it equal or greater to at least 3 times the cost it costs you for acquiring that customer? Put that formula together, you're okay. Ideally, you want to target like 5x. I hope that customer adoption time, I would say that's not I wouldn't look at that metric number 1. So what if you download my app tomorrow? Or so what if you pay me 100 rupees tomorrow and then you just drop off? Does that really matter to me? If I spend $500 to acquire you at $100, would it even make sense? So don't look at it purely as customer adoption time. Look at it more holistically in terms of what value, what money they're paying, and how long they stay out. That's when it makes sense. If in the first day you can recover 5x CAC, you're okay. I have an idea it consists of both services and products. How do I sell, I'm assuming. Athar. I would say start with the service first. Okay. Don't have to start both together. So when you're starting something, you have obviously, I think, limited resources, or if you have like 100 people team, you approach it differently. If it's you, your friend, or you alone, or you and 2-3 friends, my suggestion, because in the interest of time, I'm just being crisp. Again, there will be generic, it depends on your specific case, but I would say start with the services first, simply because you can sit in front of the customer and get more insight. Product will take you time to build, you're wasting time. If you build something they don't want, this is a whole waste of time. Okay. How do I validate our idea if it's a B2G product? I'm sure Mr. Karthik and other people are better with that, but I just give you my experience in terms of what I have kind of had experience. So we have one POC with the government and stuff. So I think government, you must understand, is something that is of huge scale. Okay. And go with a lot of respect when you're doing something for government. When you're selling something to one person, it's very different from selling something to 1,000 people. It's very different from if the government of Karnataka or government of India has to implement your product. Okay. It's millions and millions of people immediately. So
I totally go with you.
Right?
Selling to government, or I've been working at the intersection of government and private sector for quite some time. And I mean, it's not only scale, it is, I would say, impact to the grassroots. You look at UPI. I mean, we were the only country during the pandemic that could go down to the village. So if you're doing B2G, please look at people in the rural markets at a village. It always is bottom up. If you want to succeed in B2G, I think Jagat would agree. He knows, he has been talking to the government. I know how much hard effort he has put. Believe me, I have done that as an entrepreneur. It's very, I have been at the Secretary Skill Development, Commissioner for Education, many places selling my product when I was an entrepreneur. It's opened up now, like, but he was telling in 16, 17, it was very difficult. 17, 18 was very difficult. Things are opening up. But like he said, first you need to be at some incubators like the government powered ones, and they will help you. In places like NASCOM and others, and you will learn from people like Jagat, Yamuna. All of them have been working with government. My God, I know Yamuna trying to go to the airport and talking to the Airport Authority of India, or Jagat trying to come to even the ITBT department and telling, sir, this is my product, sir. I will help. But I'm sure only now and it's persistence, right? Entrepreneurship is
Relentless.
99%
The word you used again.
relentless. Yes, yes,
And your
relentless
product has to be good.
optimism.
So, like Karthik was saying, right? So today we have people like Karthik who are working closely with the government. That's very different. Karthik, you did not have somebody like Karthik working when you were selling to the government. So the adoption curve, even by and every government knows today digital first, you know. But today I'll give you an example. We are working on a healthcare product. The product is such that if I look into the camera for 20 seconds, I will give you your vitals. Okay, that's the product. And yes, Ministry of Health is something that we are looking at. But you will find our work happening at the primary health center, at the ward level PHC, primary health clinic. So to work, I would say with the government level, make sure your product has gone through a lot of ruggedized testing, through a lot of validated samples. Government also, they like to see some data. Oh, I've done, you know, you've tested with 1,000 people. Okay, you have tested in 10 areas. This is the report. Plus, there are multiple stakeholders. You have to take all of them together. Okay. Sometimes two people may agree on something. The third person may not completely agree. So it depends on how you're taking consensus and moving forward. Everybody has to win. Okay. So like this, we have to think about it. So I would say a student, don't worry too much about the government right now, in my view. Ideally, you always want to start a directly consumer business, is my view, when you're young. Look at Facebook, look at Google, look at Microsoft. Again, these are examples because they have worked very, very well. Okay, I'm not idolizing these companies, nor do I expect you guys to idolize these companies. They are great examples of good businesses and we can learn some things from them. That's it. Okay. So if you look at Steve Jobs, they started building 19, 20 years old, directly selling to consumers. You don't get into the politics of B2B and B2G selling. Okay. About the NASSCOM 10,000, I am not author, I am not a NASSCOM employee or something. You should really visit the site. But I would say being an incubating, I can share. It's a fantastic program. A lot of like-minded people. It's a beautiful location in HSR. And wonderful people like Karthik also come there. Beautiful ecosystem work happens there. But I would say for details, please visit the website. You can connect maybe with Mayank, who I think is the regional head of the Bangalore part. And they would be the right people to give you information, because I don't want to give you wrong information. Okay, so please check the NASSCOM 10,000 Startups website. They have an application process. They're very proactive and they do wonderful work. If our service is just like 1 or 2 times service in a year, how can we depend on that business? Great question, right? Think about, I don't know how many of you like to go to Goa. I love to go to Goa. Goa is again a seasonal business, right? I need to know Vivo, like, I don't know, 2029, version 2029. Like, I need to know what is that service, because it'll be easier for me to talk about it. Is it like 1 or 2 times service in a year? I don't know, maybe marriage for a person, or like, you know, is it like one person getting married, another person getting married, or is it like, I really can't understand what the business is. So if you tell me an example, maybe I can contextualize, because it may be 1 or 2 times for somebody, but for the business, it can happen continuously. Like I might get married once a year, once in a lifetime, but for the businesses, they are having hundreds and thousands of marriages they can appeal to, right? Sorry, if I'm having some annual functions is what I want, pujas. Is that okay? It really depend on the particular business or the particular service. I'm trying to still think, what's your 1 or 2 times service in a year? Like maybe a vacation, like it's like related to recycle and reuse, where we get source for just 1 or twice. Again, it's a little abstract to me. I can give you some advice maybe, but I need to know what it is. So a simple thing is, it may be recycle, reuse for them, but you may have hundreds of them. So for you, you can keep doing it. Or is it got to do with the seasons? So could we connect on LinkedIn? Sure. That's my LinkedIn. I'm happy to connect with all of you. Yeah. So if you could give me more context there, I could probably give some advice. Otherwise, it would be just shooting in the dark. Karthik, I think we've covered most of the questions, right? I hope I've not missed anything.
Sure. On that note, if we do not have any more questions, thank you so much, Jagat. We look forward. I know some of you will be meeting him in the judging round, but thank you so much for your time and your efforts and whatever you're doing for the ecosystem now. I always have one statement that I say. It's called pay forward. I've learned this in Rotary also. You heard to Flight Lieutenant KP Nagesh. He has inspired one generation. I'm being the bridge in between, and I and Jagat and many of us are, paying this back. Thank you so much for this, and Jagat, have a nice day.
Thank you so much.
Thank
I
you
hope
so
it
much.
was useful to the audience. Thank you.
Yes. And I think on that note, I think we have Mr. Ravi Shankar already here. Dr. Ravi Shankar.
Yes, very much. I'm
Yes,
around
yes.
here.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Dr. Ravi Shankar. He's the founder of Gram Pathshala. Dr. Ravi Shankar is an entrepreneur, mentor, and investor in the agri, food tech, and rural impact space. Currently a visiting professor at a leading business institutes in India and abroad. Ravi specializes in teaching artificial intelligence in business adoption, computer vision, and deep learning. He also consults and drives data science during digital transformation at Fortune 1000 firms. Ravi has over 3 decades of experience in the intersection for agricultural policy and data analytics. He has also straddled the public, private, and not-for-profit sectors in terms of work experience and organizational strategy. First, he worked with ICAR, Amex, Blackstone, Dell, GE, PwC. He's also involved in fostering the farmer producer organizations and driving innovation and technology adoption for Indian agricultural community across ag-food value systems. This is a focus sector. I've been working with the National Incubator Development Program and many programs in the government of India and Karnataka. It's an amazing sector, and all of you who are listening from beyond Bengaluru, please focus on this. And he says Manthan was a well-organized event and a good short list of events. The area, and we are very fortunate to have you today, sir. It is one of the most important topics that we are also talking about because it's the agri-food system. India is agrarian in nature, and 52% of them are looking at this. Thank you, and back to you.
Thanks, Karthik, for the introduction and the kind words. I couldn't agree more with you in the sense that India continues to be a predominantly agrarian economy, and we have 6.5 lakh villages, and clearly the path to $5 trillion or $10 trillion economy has to go through transforming rural India. But that with this, I'll just share my screen and get started for today's topic. Please confirm that you can indeed see my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, Dr. Ravi Shankar, it's visible. Shubha here. Hi.
Hello, Shubha. How are you? Thanks. Thanks for confirming. So the topic that I chose is rather minimum viable product, MVP for short. But sort of contextualized and sort of customized this particular topic for startups. Of course, MVP has to do a lot with startups as well. So to that extent, there's a natural fit. Without further ado, I'll get right into the topic and see what's in store over the next 50 minutes or so, with some time for Q&A as well. So that's a little bit about me. Karthik has introduced. We'll just quickly skip this. Besides all of this, I'm still continuing to learn after 3.5 decades. So that's the only thing that I wanted to share there. In terms of the way I have structured today's presentation is as follows. It's based on a lot of first principles, essentially. Why do we need it? Why do we need MVP? How do we decide what are the core features that go into an MVP? What can we do to validate MVP, et cetera, et cetera. All first principles. And where do we go from here? All these questions would be addressed through the course of the presentation today, with a lot of real world examples peppered all along, so that it's a good balance between theory and practical use cases, if you will. from a learning outcomes perspective, following objectives, is what I hope we will achieve. First, to understand and learn the concept of MVP in a startup scaling backdrop. The second is how do you build an MVP in a startup scenario. And the third is to figure out what are the considerations and some decisions that will go into building a MVP. And I'll start this story, this session with a small story, right? So MVP could mean many things to many people. It could mean even maximum vision possible, the acronym. But in our context, clearly, it's not maximum vision possible, or it's not the most valuable player. We are in the IPL season, right? The IPL season has started to take off, and we are seeing nail-biting finishes all along. It's not the most valuable player in a sports setting. It's neither maximum vision possible, which is what the founders always keep an eye on, but clearly it is minimum viable product. It's not one versus the other. It's just a question of prioritization. To take the story forward, I'll just take two examples, two powerful, legendary examples. One pertains to Steve Jobs, who founded Apple and a few other firms earlier too. Of course, he's no longer alive. He passed away due to pancreatic cancer. The second example is that of Microsoft and Bill Gates. So Bill Gates was the founder of Microsoft, now no longer formally associated in any capacity with Microsoft, but for his foundation. But both Steve Jobs and Bill Gates, if you turn the clock 2 decades back or 2.5 decades back, they both had maximum vision, but they prioritized what is called as an MVP, the concept of MVP. Steve Jobs and Bill Gates both knew that, they'll have 13 version. I think now we are going to have the 14th or 15th version of iPhone very soon. So Steve Jobs didn't wait for 2 decades, or his team didn't wait for 2 decades to launch the phone, right? So they started with iPhone 1, 3, 5, 6E, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So every year or every other year, few months, they launch the product. So that's a wonderful practical example of not waiting for near perfection, but to launch a product when the basic necessity features are in place. So that's essentially what is MVP. Similarly, Bill Gates and Microsoft and his team, they didn't wait for 2 decades, 2.5 decades. They started with, if you look at the operating system, the Windows operating system, they started with Windows 1, Windows 3, Windows NT, Windows XP, now we have Windows 11 or 12 version. So the key thing is that perfection, takes a long time, right? So you need to get started with what works, is functionally, elegant and serves the needs of the purpose of the customers in mind. So these are two wonderful examples of MVPs. It can't get bigger and better. And we should not forget that once upon a time, 2 decades back, 3 decades back, Apple was a startup. Of course, they have this great achievement to the kitty, which is, I think, the first company in the history of mankind to reach $1 trillion valuation, right? Or even turnover, not even valuation, Apple. So turnover around 6-7 months back, I think they're on the way to it, $2 trillion. Similarly, Microsoft was also a startup. It started in a garage 2.5 decades back. So that's how all the MVPs begin. They thrive in a startup environment, and that's how we're going to focus on MVP and its relevance in the startup world. So MVP for startups is what we will discuss. And yeah, so now Hoffman works with LinkedIn, and this is such a relevant quote. He says, if you're not embarrassed by a first version of your product, you're launched too late. Just look at the snapshots at the back. This is how LinkedIn was when it was first launched, the beta testing, when it's launched for customers. It was like this. Now, it's quite unrelatable to the present avatar of LinkedIn. Similarly, look at Yahoo and look at Google, right? So the key message here is that you will never get it right the first time. That is the core thinking and philosophy behind MVP. Yeah. So as a startup founder, the founders are so close to their idea or to the business model that they think that, the entire world, and legitimately so, revolves around their ideas. They're so close to it, right? It's their baby, it's your baby. But you know what? The reality is that nobody cares about your big idea. That's the ground truth or reality. Nobody cares. For founders, you have only two resources in your hands, in your control. It's time and money. Time, of course. Money, sometimes you have, most of the times you don't. But as a founder, as an entrepreneur, you bootstrap, you start with your family and friends. That's how all companies, all startups start, right? So nobody starts with $10 million in the kitty. Then you're not a startup. Yeah. So how efficiently you use time and money is critical. So many times time is money, right? Yeah. Now, the key thing is, this is the key, I would say, fulcrum. So you need to have the best tool for one job, for one customer group, in such a way that the retention is key, and repeat customers, paying customers. So it's all about focus, in other words. So cheaper, faster, better. If you are able to crack this code, easier said than done. If your product or solution or service or products is cheaper, faster, better, nothing like it. So, and MVP helps you to get there. That's the idea. Now, like I told you, the future is bright for a startup when you're able to prove retention, when you are able to retain your customers. Customers could be 100, could be 100,000, could be 100 million, doesn't matter. Retention is the key. You need to have customers coming back to pay for more. You have to show growth, revenue traction growth, customer growth, etc. All the metrics, growth metrics. And it doesn't matter how small the job is, so it could be, when you start, it could be a few $100, could be a few 10 customers, but it doesn't matter. If you look at this graph, there are two products, right? So we have time on your x-axis and the percentage of active customers on your y-axis. You need to have a product which follows this line, right? The blue line, not the green line. So product A is represented by the blue line. Here we have what is called as a good PMF, product market fit. A good PMF comes with underlying, there's a good MVP proposition, right? As opposed to this product B, which is represented by the green line. Clearly, there's such a decline, and so over time you lose customers drastically. So how do you sort of ensure that with least amount of work you're able to kind of achieve your goals, which is MVP, product market fit, PMF, etc., etc. You need to break down your problems into the big ideas needs to be kind of broken down into smaller pieces, like small pieces. So it could be about your customer prototypes or your customer segments, archetypes, what tasks to be done or what jobs to be done. How do you execute, go to market, for example, and other branches or functions within a startup. Now, coming back to MVP, Bernard is an angel investor and also a group chief information officer for a large company based out of Singapore. Is a thought leader in this space. So he has kind of drawn a Venn diagram, a simple Venn diagram. It says when the product or your process or your service is minimum, it means it's a bad product or that nobody wants to use. That is minimum. Viable is those products that are built with better resources, right? So have to be economically viable and technologically feasible. So viability. At the intersection of minimum and viable is a good product that startups will build. So the key is startups, right? The key is startups. That's what it is. This is MVP. If you sort of mathematically draw the concept in terms of a simple Venn diagram. Now, I will use a lot of pictures because one picture speaks 1,000 words. So I want to keep the deck interesting. So MVP, what is MVP? There are three things that you should know about MVP. It is not a product, but it's a process. Yeah, just like intellectual property rights, IP, IPRs, we have product and process. Similarly, in MVP, it's not product. That's the general conception, is that understanding that we're talking about a tangible product. It could be service. It could be a hybrid of product and service, what we call products, right? So therefore, it's a process and not the product. Yeah. MVP is all about getting users' feedback as quickly as possible. So essentially, you're putting yourself in users' shoe, which is not easy. As founders and startup entrepreneurs, we are so kicked up about our idea that we think we know what the customers know. That's a part of the problem. You need to get into customer shoes and into the customer or user psyche to really understand. Its MVP is all about that. So, and you have to get that feedback pretty fast. You have to fail fast and learn faster. That's the mantra. And finally, there are some traits, 3 important traits of an MVP. It's about demonstrating that future benefits are present for early adopters. 2, that there's enough value for people who are willing to pay for it. And 3, it's all about iterations, right? You never get it right the first time. That's the, actually, that is the philosophy of MVPs, to not get it right the first time. If you get it right for the first time, then you're a genius, 1 in a billion kind of a startup or a founder. So, essentially you have ideas as represented by your, it could be the right side of the brain or the left side of the brain. And then you have the sales, and ultimately you have a wonderful idea or a concept or a product, but you need to market and sell it. That's where the rubber meets the road. That's the ground reality. So these are 2 different skill sets, right? Typically they don't gel well, the creative part and the business part, so to speak. Yeah. And how you look at it, it's all in the eyes of the beholder. So you need to get into the shoes of the users, like I mentioned earlier. So like a chameleon changes colors pretty quickly. Users can change their perspectives pretty quickly. So you need to get into the skin of the customer or the user, so to speak. So MVP is all about looking at what the users want. This is what you think is what the user wants, but the user may want these things at the back. Right? Similarly, many times, we have heard this word pivot, and you need to change because the customer expectations are changing, the business dynamics are changing, supply chain is volatile. There's a lot of uncertainty. So the only thing that is certain is uncertainty in today's day and age. So therefore, startups also need to change and pivot their business. Sometimes they have to do significant changes, sometimes minors. But whatever it is, let's say that you do a quick, in the first 3 months of your being, you do a quick survey and customer says that they're pretty disappointed. So what do? You stop, or you proceed, or you change, or you pivot. So there are 3 things that can happen. A false negative scenario, there could be that your vision is too complex, or that you are too busy to learn. One of these 3 things, right? So in reality, you may think that this is what the customer needs. It's a donut, but in reality, it's that customers are looking for a topping on donut. So the key thing is MVP helps you to iterate, to fail fast, to learn faster, and also to gain the customer feedback pretty quickly in a scientific, systematic manner without losing too much of time and money, which is what the startups have. So Eric has penned a book called as a Lean Startup. It's a must to read if you ask me. So he has defined MVP as follows. I'll not read it out. He says that it allows the team to collect maximum amount of validated learnings, right? So how do you harvest and digest and internalize those learnings from a customer perspective into a product or solution? That's what Eric defines. There are a lot of definitions. We'll go through all of them so that the concept is kind of reiterated and kind of cemented in our minds. So question is, why do you need an MVP? MVP is so critical for a startup that it defines and it separates the men from the boys, so to speak. It's a thin boundary between you being successful and not so successful. So there are 3 reasons, or 2-3 reasons why you may have a solid, good plan, good strategy, good market research, etc. But without thinking about the process, the execution within the team could go haywire. That's where MVP comes and helps you to get focus and get the execution right. So there are a lot of people with a lot of bright ideas. Most of the time, startups falter in deployment or implementation execution. So that's where MVP helps you to gain that focus and executional excellence. Yeah, in other words, what is the goal? What is the overarching goal of MVP? MVP helps to test your understanding of what the customer needs are and to see if the solution that you're offering as a startup will prompt the customer to buy the product based on the important features alone. This is a key thing, important features. You may have 7 features, out of which only 3 are important. So MVP will help you to focus on those 3 features, not 7 features, right? So that's the key. And there's always early adopters, right? So the first most early adopters, they love to use MVPs. You know? So how do you kind of tailor or bespoke your offerings to satisfy the use of early adopters? The first few customers, the first 10 customers, the first 100 customers. Yeah. If your customers think that your MVP is interesting or sufficient, then you have to iterate and pivot, and then keep on doing that until the customers say, yes, we love it and willing to pay, we're willing to come back for more. Yeah. Now, let me just remove this. Okay, that's fine. We hide this. This is, just give me a sec. Much better. Yeah. So one of the other advantages of MVP is that it helps you to fine tune the solution and also remove product scope creep. You know, one of the biggest problem if you're building a tangible product, let's say you're in the SaaS space, software as a service space, for example, product scope is, creep. So whenever you work, you launch a product, but customers and your own team members and other stakeholders come back and say, hey, you know what, we want this additional feature, we want this additional tab. So how do you ensure that the scope creep doesn't happen for a while? So MVP helps you to do that. So feature requests to an MVP are more an exception, and iterations are there as a default. So therefore, it helps you to make sure that scope creep is kind of an exception rather than the rule. So of course, we spoke about the overarching goal. It's also to build the smallest and the most important feature set, the smallest as possible and the most important. Focus, yeah, so that you don't get lost. There are a lot of benefits of MVP. I've sort of put them into 4 buckets. Let's look at the first one is early testing. Yeah, helps you to test the product or solution that you have in mind pretty early on. User intelligence. Through the MVP framework, you're able to capture the user intelligence. Third is market validation. You're testing the product by doing the beta launch into the market real time, so that you get the validation from the market. And finally, it is budget friendly. As startup, you're always bootstrapping, you're always constrained for money, right, and time. Therefore, how do you do all this and ensure that the MVP gives you all these benefits in a small budget? So now question is, how do you build the MVP, right? This is a modus operandi. There are 4 or 5 stages. It starts with ideation. Then you collect the requirements, you prioritize those, you build the product or solution, and finally you test it. So this is a closed feedback loop. It's an iteration that goes on and on. It's not one-off, right? So question is, MVP is wonderful, but it fails. But question is why? There are 2 reasons, I think, predominantly. There are many, but there are 2 reasons why MVP fails. One is, the entrepreneur is too confident with the riskiest assumptions. There are a lot of assumptions. You're very confident, or for whatever reasons, consciously or unconsciously, advantageously or inadvertently, the entrepreneur is oblivious to the riskiest assumption of the business. Secondly, the startup has not conducted the smallest possible experiment to test the assumption. So many times we are ignorant, or rather take it for granted, right? So we think, okay, so what? It's a small thing. Let's ignore it. There's no time. Why to spend that extra few $1,000s on testing? So that's where MVP fails. These are the 2 major reasons why MVP fails. Some basics about MVP. It's all about problem solution, right? At the end of the day, entrepreneurs, startups are startups because of their wonderful ability to find solutions to complex vexed problems. So question is, what problem does your product solve? If you're able to answer this billion-dollar question, then you're unicorn then and there, right? So it starts with defining the problem formulation. I have found that often with startups and entrepreneurs, the trickiest part is defining the problem. The problem lies in formulating or framing the problem. Right? There are a lot of frameworks, but it starts with defining the problem. For a successful MVP, you need to, of course, it's a balancing act, right? You have to balance important features, minimum features, the small set of important features with the viability of the product, techno and economic feasibility and viability of the product. It's all a balancing act. I'll 3 examples. Facebook, you look, this Facebook was like this when it launched in the year 2007. This is how Facebook looked. I'm not sure if the young audience would be able to even relate to the first version of, this was the MVP of Facebook, right? So they didn't wait for zonks of years, they launched. Similarly, Airbnb, which went on to become a unicorn despite COVID. When they first launched the service on the web, this is how it looked. Yeah, of course, they did some pivots, etc., etc. Spotify was like this, quite unrecognizable from the current avatars. But you start there. That's the message. You start with so question is again coming back to how do you build a successful MVP, a MVP that works. So there are five steps. Remember 5 steps. The first one is identifying the problem you're solving. We think that we know the problem. No, that's the problem. The problem is not what you know is the problem. The problem, real problem, is the problem that exists in the customer's mind. You need to crack that. The second step is to have a very good grasp of your competitive landscape. One of the things I have come across startups is that they do not map or survey the competitive landscape deep and wide enough. They say, I know these are the two competitors. No, that's not it. It's a very dynamic world outside there. You need to map in significant depth and width your competitive landscape. The third step is to define your user flow. Yeah, it's all about workflows, right? Especially from a user perspective. It has to be customer-centric, user-centric. And fourth step is to analyze your features. Your own features could be 3 features, 7 features, 10 features in your product or service. You need to do a deep dive those. And finally, you have to build, test, and learn. And this is an iterative process, goes on and on and on. These are the 5 steps, yeah, for a successful MVP. Now, it starts with a vision. You create an MVP, you run that experiment and do the research and feedback. And this is self-reinforcing and goes on and on. Yeah. The key thing is this now. Over many years, I figured out that you have to validate the idea with real users, real customers, without coding, design, and risk. You need a little bit of capital, but without coding, design, and risk, you have to first test your ideas with real customers, not after coding, designing. So the question is, again, the billion-dollar question is, how do you decide how many features do you need in an MVP? Yeah, you need a very small set. What is small? Is it 3? Is it 30? Is it 13? What is small? So there are 7 principles, right, that will help you to figure out how many features are required in MVP. First principle is less is more in MVP development. Remember this, less is more. What does it mean? This is what Craig was a designer at Apple. New is easy, but write is hard. Yeah, so that's what that code is so very relevant in this first principle. The second principle talks about the most boring being the most important feature, right? So what you think is boring could turn out to be the most important feature from a customer perspective. So this is, for example, the uploading speed. When Instagram first launched its app, turned out to be the most important feature, right? So people don't wait, customers don't wait. Of course, you need a good phone, you need a good device, you need good speeds, bandwidth, etc., etc. The third principle is what we call minimizing the friction, the path of least resistance. Yeah, so an example of Pinterest. So Pinterest, however you want to spell it. So how simple we want the process to be. The beauty lies in simplicity, and many a times we overcomplicate things, again, unconsciously or consciously. Keeping it simple is the most difficult thing. Yeah. So the question is, do we really need to get a lot of stuff filled up by the customers? Not required, right? So the fourth principle is scarcity, the principle of demand versus supply, right? It's always, whether it's Microsoft or Apple or a small company, everybody is into resource constraint optimization. Nobody has unlimited budgets or resources. Even the governments do not have. So this was the mailbox app. So there's always a limit to how much you can store, how much you can, communicate, and etc. etc. Principle number 5, focus on closing the loop of the user. So many times we seek feedback, but then we don't internalize the feedback and then factor it into the feature modification set. So how do you ensure that the loop is closed? It's very important, right? So Uber is a master at it. So that's the reason why Uber is Uber. 6th principle is iteration and process of refining, right? So, but it has to be data driven. The key thing is it has to be data driven. It cannot be based on hearsay. Data could be quantitative or qualitative, doesn't matter. The final principle is the metrics, right? So this is part of the 6th principle. The 7th principle is always be open-minded. I've seen that startup entrepreneurs, they're so close to their idea because they're so emotionally connected. It's their baby that they're not willing to let it go. So once you get feedback and you know it's not working, you should have an open mind, be flexible, adaptable to pivot your business, to change, to make those changes if it's not working properly. So you have dime a dozen examples, how Groupon, look at the pivot it did, like Odeo or Twitter, etc., etc. They keep pivoting the business every now and then. So before MVP, there is a stage, of 3 things that you need to keep in mind from a customer. Assuming that you have got the customer validation development done, you have listened to your customer, you have tested your hypothesis, business hypothesis, and then you have sought the hard proof in terms of feedback. Then comes, okay, you've done the market validation. So now, what are the next steps? There are 2 steps, important steps. You continue to validate because it's not a one-off kind of an activity. You need to constantly keep validating all along, and then you need to start to build the product or the service. Once you have done the validation is dynamic, it's not static. You need to start to build. How do you start to build? There are 2 approaches to start to build your product or service. One, you maximize the goal is to maximize the chances of success, right? So this is how you do it. Build a great product, build all the features that you need, make it easy to use, make it scalable and safe. All the product development, DevOps principle. The second thing is, this is the key thing. You release early, you release often. This is the core of MVP, right? The underlying principle of MVP is to release early and release often. So you don't invest too much in UI, UX right up front. You can do that as you have done your 10th iteration, 15th iteration, 20th iteration, not right up front. Yeah, that's the key. Release early, release often. Why do you think it's better to do that? Why? Look at Zappos. Zappos is, a celebrated transformative customer experience example in the industry. Shoes, right? Zappos. So what are the minimum features to test an idea? So just so that, Amazon, few years, I think 3-4 years back, if I'm not right, they acquired Zappos for $1.2 billion. Zappos just focused on selling shoes, right? The best possible shoes that are there. Yeah, so you can think about how businesses like Frank and Oak, for example, they keep updating the website. Now, going back to the concept of MVP, before we do some deep dive, I want to refresh the core concept of the MVP. So it's now Wikipedia time. Like I told you earlier, there are many definitions of MVP, as there are startup entrepreneurs and thought leaders, but we'll focus on those that are universal, easy to understand, simple, and relevant. So, like I told you earlier, Eric, who wrote the book, The Lean Startup, sort of popularized the MVP as a concept. The basic idea is to maximize the learnings, validated learnings, with the least amount of time and effort. After all, why do you have to spend a lot of time and resources to build a product who nobody wants to use or care without first testing it? So that's what it is. You've got to do this. It looks very boring, but without this, you'll be set up for failure rather than for success. And there is, of course, I would urge you to just follow his thoughts and ideas. Eric is a thought leader. So startups are, see, interesting, right? Startups are machines to learn, right? So interesting. And then we're talking about optimization, right? So you want to lower the risk, at the same time conserve money and time. And finally, it's about what I just said. And Now, what is the main objective of MVP? We have spoken about the overarching goals, but let's revisit it. You have to build a product A or you have to test the idea. Actually, you have to do both. You have to build the product and test the idea both, right? So what is the goal of MVP? Build the product right and test the idea also. Yeah, you have to do both. It's a process, not a product, it seems obvious, but it's a framework, it's an approach to test ideas and build the product at the same time, concurrently, in parallel, and pretty much like DevOps, what IT product developers use, right? So what is the process then? The process is as follows. We touched upon it. You build, measure, and learn ideas, code, and data. It has to be data driven. It's a closed feedback undergoing multiple iterations, but you build, measure, and learn. These are the three fundamental steps. Yeah. So first thing is to build. Yeah. So you can see what kind of ideas you want to test. What is the prototype? What technology should we use? Where do you find the CTO? All these questions. You need a lot of tools, right? This is a toolkit. Typically, you can be beyond this. You can find all the tools here. It starts with hypothesis and ends with prototype. So you build your prototype based on your hypothesis. The second step is to measure in MVP. So how do you expose your code or prototype? It's a SaaS product to your customers and then track the behavior. It could be usage, could be whatever the metric you're looking. Which metrics should you track? How do you set up the tracking mechanism? How often you should look at data? How do you know you have enough data to make a decision? What if the data doesn't make sense? How do you bring customer traffic to MVP? All of this, and a lot of tools from Google Analytics to Optimizely and so on and so forth. So from prototype to behavior, you have to measure. That's the second step. And the third step is to learn. So learning is transforming data-driven behavior into new ideas or hypotheses, which gets reflected in form of new features. Yeah. So how to track the knowledge? Knowledge is nothing but data to information, information to knowledge. Knowledge is contextual. So how to write and share that knowledge with the rest of the team, how to prepare for the next iteration, how do you develop the roadmap and prioritize the next features? Yeah. How do you raise capital for the next round of iteration? All the tools are there available here. So the third step is to learn from behavior to new hypothesis is what learning will help you to get there. Now, again, a picture worth 1,000 words. This is how you should not do it. This is how you should do it. MVP should, suppose you want to build a EV car, right? EVs are all the rage now. This is not the way to do it, but this is the way to do it. You start with something like this. You start with a cycle, bicycle, go to a two-wheeler, and then go to four-wheeler. Yeah. So it's about how you think. Yeah. MVP is the fastest and cheapest thing you can build, and you have to get into the hands of the customers very quickly. You have to measure and observe the results, and then make sure that customers love the product and they come back for more. Yeah. So that means rapid cycles of iterations. You have to fail, but fail fast and learn faster. Customer development. Development is not inside out; it's outside in, right? So, and then actionable metrics. We are talking about measurable, quantifiable data. And finally, learnings that are validated, so that the learnings are validated by the customers. Customers will come back for more and are willing to pay. Some rules of thumbs, 3 rules of thumbs. You have to be extremely reluctant and embarrassed. Even if you are so, you'd still have to go ahead and launch your MVP. So that means you're doing it right. You feel comfortable and proud of it. Then that means you have to show it. You should have shown it sooner, not now. And if you feel stuck, you have to accelerate. So ask yourself, the question is, your product is this, but your MVP is at the core, the most important, smallest features in your product or services here. You should ask for yourself what you can build today that you want to put into the hands of the customer tomorrow. It's about futuristic thinking. Now we'll do some deep dive. This is the last section. In the next 5 or 10 minutes, we should be done with the session, the deep dive. So the 4 things we want to understand about the deep dive: the importance and challenges of how do you nail your MVP. There's a framework that I want to share. How do you approach building the framework in a product startup? Some of this we have already touched earlier, but I'm just making it more rigorous in a deep dive format. Then the scope, of course, finally, we'll talk about the value part. So these are the 4 things in the deep dive we'll touch upon quickly. Importance of getting it right. So you have the execution and team, the business model, little bit of funding, timing and idea, assuming that, so the key thing is 60% of the case of involves a product or service that we're talking, right? 60% of it is attributable to the product alone. So the product is the kingpin, right? So the founders need to pay key attention to the product development. And that is one of 60% of your success hinges upon the product. But how do you get to MVP? That's a question is modus operandi, which we touched upon. Albert Einstein, the famous Nobel Prize winning physicist, mentioned that everything should be as simple as it can be, but not simpler, right? So keeping it simple is oftentimes the most complex thing. MVP, according to Frank, who's the CEO of SyncDev, he says it's a right-sized product for your customer. It's big enough to cause adoption, satisfaction, and sale, but not so big as to become bloated and risky. That's the key. How do you balance? Eric, we spoke about how Eric's definition, we have been there. So they describe MVP, but the downside to this is it's not telling you how to build. We'll see how to. A lot of challenges that startups face. We know that, right? I'll just quickly recap the 3 or 4 major buckets. You always don't have enough money. That's true of all the startups. Not enough time. 24 hours is not enough. Not enough resources. Money, time, and resources. Never enough for a startup. Always in perpetual scarcity. So if you look at a typical early stage startup funding journey, it starts with concept, which is not funded, but there are very rare startups which will raise money just based on concept. That's the rarest of the rare case. That was the case before the funding winter set in 6-7 months back. I knew of a couple of startups who raised $1 million. Of course, they were focusing on metaverse just based on PPT slides. So in the conceptual stage. Anyway, that's a rarity. Bootstrap is the way to go. Most of the startups are bootstrapped, your own money from family and friends. And then you seek out the seed funding, angel investing seed funding. Then you go to Series A. Series A, by the time it could be 3 years, 5 years. So what is the framework, MVP framework? How do you approach? What is the approach? So I'm taking this framework. There are quite a few frameworks, but one from Hendrik that made a lot of sense to me. Like I told you earlier, it's a reputation, not this way. This is the right approach. Yeah. The product development journey look like this. There are some 6 stages. It starts with the current state where user wants a lot of improvement. You had the earliest showable, which curiously enlightened customers. Earliest testable. There's a lot of potential to visualize it better. There's something called as earliest usable. Yeah, after earliest testable, user life improves. Then your earliest likable, the next step in the product development journey. The user life gets great. The customer feels that the product or service that is being offered makes my life or her life easier. Finally, lovable, right? So they become advocates or evangelists of your product services. So this is the journey. How to get to MVP and beyond. That's the catch, right? MVP, yes, and something beyond. So I'm taking the example of a package delivery company. This all today is the era of gig economy, right? Zepto raised $360 million. 2 young kids, teenagers, dropped out of Stanford, 2 Indians, young kids, 2-3 years back, not long back, 2.5 years back, they raised $360 million. They're valued at close to $1 billion today. They're a delivery company with the punchline that groceries delivered in 15 minutes. So let's take the example of a package delivery company as an illustration. How do you get? So it starts the current state is this way, manual. Then you can start kind of, it becomes into, evolves into earliest showable. You have something automation, simple. And then earliest testable, how fast you can test the idea. And then earliest usable, the same product. I'm taking the same framework from the last slide. Now you're able to kind of move around at 5 miles per hour. Then you know what? You accelerate to likable 35 miles per hour, and then 65 miles per hour. Your customers love that you're delivering in time. So this is the example of MVP and beyond. The current phase is this way. Concept which is not funded. You always start this way, right? It's difficult. Then you do the bootstrapping, like I told. Then you get into seed fund. Then you get a Series A funding. This is Series A funding, and the font is in white. I apologize. Now you can see it better. Okay. Then you get into. So this is exactly the I have put this in a tabular matrix manner, what I showed in terms of illustrations and infographics earlier. So you've got these 5 stages of product development, and I have kind of mapped all the details and the time frame as well. So where will you find the MVP in this journey? There are 5 stages, right? So this, from earliest testable to earliest usable, you get most common MVP. This will take 1 to 2 years. Somewhat common MVPs you find that from earliest testable to earliest usable to likable, this could be 2.5 to 3 years. But very uncommon, most valuable products could be as early as earliest showable and as late as in likable. It could be 3 to 5 years. So this is where you'll most often, if you analyze all the successful startups which have become. So you look at the scope of MVP. The scope is nothing but determining the functionality, right, of your MVP. Typical product requirement process follows a 3-step. You start brainstorm with the features, very important, and they prioritize the important ones, and finally build those features. You brainstorm, prioritize, and build. Brainstorming is an often overlooked and ignored process. You need at least 2 months, 3 months of serious time. We think we know. That's the problem, right? Unless you don't brainstorm early, brainstorm process looks like this is where you need to have a diverse team, a designer, a tech person, a business person, a data scientist, perhaps. So you need a diverse motley group sitting together virtually or physically really for 2 to 3 months. The more you brainstorm, you'll be amazed when you start on day 1 and at the end of, say, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days of serious brainstorming, you'll be amazed that the idea that you start and the idea you end up will be distinctly different. So that's very important. Then second step is to prioritize. You may identify 10 features, but you cannot build all those 10 features within 3 months or 6 months. So what are the 3 features out of 10? So how do you identify those? So something called as a sorted featured list. So you have a scale of prioritization. Must have, should have, want to have, then nice to have. This is what is critical, what is important, and what is not. Yeah. The results would look something like this. If you graph it, must have versus nice to have. The problem statement should be, how do you determine what features go into the MVP? Let's say you have 3 months and $30,000. So out of 7, you can only build 3 features. So this is what this is how you can prioritize what goes into the MVP. So this is a good matrix. So you have the technical complexity. It's a mapping, it's an axis versus business benefits. So it's a quadrant, low and high. So of course you want low complexity and high benefit. So 1, 2, you can stop at this left-hand most part of the quadrant is where you want to be. It's a good prioritization methods. This is how you do it. Yeah. So you can give the time required in terms of cost and efforts. So there's a 9-point prioritization. So that will help you to improve the accuracy. So how do you prioritize? 1, 2, what is earliest testable? First, you want to start with what is showable. What is it you can easily show to your customers? Then testable, that's priority 3. Then what is usable? So on and so forth, right? So you can stop at this, and then the first 3 part will help you to see what are those small set of most important features that need to go into your product or service solution right up front. You have to be ruthless when assessing business value. So you can be successful as a startup entrepreneur if you're able to keep the emotions out of the business. You need to be a good, empathetic human being, no doubt. But in business, you have to look at it from cold numbers, keep the emotions out. So critical thinking and hard decision making. A lot of questions to be asked. I don't want to read this out. You can read this out. A lot of questions that will help you to be taking those hard decisions, right? So the last part is the value, right? Ultimately, it's a value proposition. Getting the right MVP, successful MVP leads to healthy startups. So, which is that one, out of 100 startups, only a handful of them make it, right? Single digits. So typical funding journey, you can see it starts with concept not funded. We have been there, seed funding, Series A funding. So question is how to raise, how much to raise, and when to raise. That's the key. There's no hard and fast rule. You have to learn, or you have to get a mentor or a VC or an angel investor or a private equity person to guide you with a lot of experience. So question is, this is a question, which climber is more prepared to scale Mount Everest? It's a simulation. This is so no doubt the person to the left will be more successful. So the more closer to your customer, the more you're grounded in real situations, the more you're setting yourself for success. So to summarize the three important things. One, how to use this MVP framework to guide yourself for building a good MVP. Second is prioritizing. You have to be ruthless. You cannot have any nice to have, good to have, etc. Initially, so it's a good good quadrant to prioritize. And third, to move fast, speed, fail fast, learn faster, leverage experts, domain experts. Very important. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Lack of time and money will always work. The clock is always ticking for you, right? So I'll stop with this last two slides. This is a nice quotation I thought from Confucius, the famous Chinese philosopher, ancient thinker. It says the journey starts with 1,000 steps, but it starts with a single step. The first step is the most difficult one, but it starts with that. Final thoughts is that you have to learn from everyone, but follow no one. Observe the patterns and work like hell. This is what will help you to get MVP right. With this, I will take a pause and see if there are any questions. I would want to thank you on my behalf, on behalf of Manthan and FKCCI folks who helped us to get this together.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ravi Shankar. I mean, it was a very, very, very valuable insights. I know you spoke about, keeping emotions out. Many of the startup founders always have emotion attached, and that's where I think they fail. I mean, I've also seen that. I mean, it's first in startups, and then now, with semi-government and the government. I definitely echo your thoughts, and you spoke about critical thinking. Very important, to have that. And you spoke about must have, nice to have, and things that is actually very relevant to them. So to just start off, I also wanted to ask for the benefit of the audience, for very, very early stage startups and all of them in ideation stage, idea to MVP and MVP to market ready. You already spoke about the tenure, maybe how many months or something, but for students in college and all these business plan competition guys, what is your definition of a very early stage, and how the first stage they have to go to MVP and then become market ready, or how is it?
Yeah, that's a good question. Oftentimes we struggle with this. So I think, MVP, see, a serious investor, whether it's an angel investor or a VC, and, we have VCs of different kinds, right? We have seed VCs, we have early stage VCs, and so on and so forth. So whoever it is, a serious investor, whether it's individual or an institutional investor, they're always willing to back a product or a concept that is tested and validated, right? So you will get only a validated and tested concept or a product only if you follow the MVP framework in some shape or form. If I say I have a brilliant idea, nobody is willing to back or put their money just on ideas, which is not tested with customers. So I believe that you should get to the market to seek funds only when you have tested and validated your learnings from paying customers. Then in other words, MVP will help you to get there faster and better. That's the way I would look at it. But before that stage, you have to bootstrap. You have to put your own money, right? Till you get to this earliest showable stage, you have to bootstrap. Nobody will bootstrap for you. So you have to bootstrap for yourself. Nobody will bootstrap. Yeah.
Absolutely. Because the other part is, I mean, of course, we had some angel investors, and some of our grand jury members gave the same feedback the last time, stating that it should not just be an idea. I mean, we also filter out people who want to give project ideas, but they were looking at something that is market ready and that is scalable. One is, we wanted your thoughts on that. And when these guys, I know it's they have the youth. Now there are many ideas that they look at, and they want to build something similar. But what is it? You already spoke that what an investor wants here. But I mean, at a small stage, when they go for friends and family or angel investments also,
I mean, what are the few things that they have to keep in mind from going from this stage to the next? Because chairman of Startup Vision Group of Karnataka Startups, Mr. Prashant Prakash, also emphasized on this. I mean, they want scalable ideas, and it should be the importance of technology in some of those.
Yeah. Right, Karthik. So I think I'll say 4 T's, the way I always classically 4 T's that are successful to get there. One is team. You need to have the right team. Second is technology. Third is traction, revenue traction. Fourth T is TAM, which is total addressable market. If you have these 4 T's in place, it will help you to get from ideation to to a product, to a pre-seed or seed or early stage growth kind of a transition. This takes typically they take a few months and years. It's not going to happen overnight. So a lot of patience is required, a lot of perseverance and persistence, especially the third T, traction, revenue traction. I always believe that 1 rupee or $1 from customer, paying customer,
absolutely,
is worth $1 million from a VC. I will not take that $1 million from a venture capitalist. But if there's a customer who's paying you 1 rupee, that means what? That 1 rupee that a customer is paying is more valuable than $1 million that a VC is willing to pump in, because the customer is paying for your service or product. That means the customer believes that it is solving some part of making his life, his or her life easier. That means he believes that there is some benefit, hence he's buying the product. There's validation. So that validation can happen through the MVP framework. Hence, MVP is extremely, extremely important and critical.
And you spoke about team. So some of them are confused. They always said that a good team is chosen over a bad idea, or a bad team over a good idea, right? I mean, many of the students have always come. I know it's difficult, but we've heard people telling, it's a team that matters, because, there should be one tech person. I mean, often these tech students come to us and say, so we have always said that, there should be one who looks at operations, one who looks at sales and finance, and one who looks at being the CEO and overall management. So your take on team.
Absolutely. I think you nailed it, Karthik. Team has to be two traits of a good team. There's no hard and fast rule or cast in rock, but what successful startups, if you analyze them, Y Combinator has done a good job at analyzing all their startups, hundreds of them. They have to be diverse, A. B, the team has to be coherent. What I mean by divergent is exactly the way you put. You should divide to conquer. In a startup, there should be somebody who's strong in technology, somebody is good in business, somebody is good at numbers, somebody is good in people aspects. So more diverse the team, the chances of success of scaling the startup is better. Number one. Number two, coherent. There's to be exemplary. They have to be hand in glove. There may be differences of opinion, but they have to be like a band of brothers or sisters, whatever you want to put. So there should be like a close, well-knit family. They have to stand with each other during moments of crisis and success. There'll be more crisis than success before you become successful eventually. 5 years, 3 years, through thick and thin, you should be able to stand by each other and look out for each other. I think these are the two important aspects of team. They're always good ideas, right? So there's nothing like a good idea, bad idea, good team, bad team. It's all relative. But based on the analysis of successful startups, hundreds of them globally, these are the few things that you can distill and say, these are the things that will work and don't. These are things that will not work.
There's a question. We could proceed to some questions on chat. I would request all the students to put their questions on the chat, and there is one already that's come in that you can have a look at.
Sure. I'll read this. I can see one. It says,
yes.
Sir, if a startup has already developed a prototype and they need funds for developing, but the funds are very low for the equity to develop, what should the startup do? See, you should not go for asking, without developing a prototype, don't go and ask for funds. Without a prototype, your idea is a concept. Number one. Let's say that you still need some money, then you have to ask your family and friends. right? Do not dilute equity so early on. Nobody will give money. No serious investor will give money. Or if they give money at a very early stage, pre-prototype stage, they will ask for 30-40%, which will go against the interest of the startups or founders. So I'd say unless you develop a workable prototype, validated prototype, do not ask for funds formally. So the answer is still continue to raise it informally. Somehow put together a prototype, but there are some VCs who look at seed and pre-seed. There are very few. You can approach those pre-seed VCs if you still are very desperate. But I would strongly urge against raising money formally, institutionally, before you're tested and validated your prototype. The second one I'll read out. Could you suggest few incubators for startups in the domain of agriculture? Yeah. There are a lot of, there are dime a dozen incubators, accelerators in agriculture and commodities. If you look right from IIT Kanpur to PUSA, ICR in Delhi, IIT Kanpur to all the universities, there are around 60, 70 odd state agriculture universities all over the country. Out of the 70,
Dharwad also.
US Dharwad, US Bangalore, both of them have agri incubators and accelerators. US Dharwad.
We have C Camp, we have Bangalore Bioinnovation Center,
yes,
which looks into agri ideas.
Hundreds of them. A lot of Atal incubation centers, attached, for example, with the Ministry of, for example, Coffee Board. So that's a commodity, right? It comes under the commons. So there are dime a dozen of them. You have to just reach out to them and they'll be more than happy to. NAR, ICR.
We can also help you facilitate once you get your idea, once you get to the final slots, even FKCCI and Startup Karnataka will facilitate that journey for you. I'm just adding on to the students.
Sure.
Sorry, back to you, sir.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'm just looking at any other questions. Sir, our prototype is ready and validated. Should we raise funds first or should we focus on getting the first customer? How do you say, see, if your prototype is validated only if customers are paying you, right? Validation is not by yourself. Validation is by customer. That's what MVP says. MVP underscores and emphasizes that customer validation is the real validation, market validation, external validation, not internal. So if a customer is validated, you have paying customers. There could be 10, even 100. That's enough. So when you say validation, it has to be by the customer or market, B2B, B2C, whatever the case may be. Only then, I think you should. Validation is not what you think is valid. Validation is by a customer or by an external party.
Perfect. But not. If you have any other questions, please type it in. Wait and
I can also depending on, we can get a lot of customers to validate. So many times you don't find customers, or there is time and effort involved in finding customers. So there are organizations which will give access to customers, so access to marketplace, so that you can test your prototype. So you can test real-time testing, real testing and validation. So which doesn't cost a lot of money. So there are organizations which can facilitate that as also.
Yes.
Yeah, you can. In fact, this particular deck has my LinkedIn address right up front, and also Daksha has my coordinates. She will share it with you. Yeah.
Yes.
That's one question. If you're a B2B product and show the product to a company and get yes. B2B means you're targeting corporates. Even if 1 or 2 or 3 companies, small, medium, large, doesn't matter. They buy or use, forget about paying. Even if they say use and say, okay, we have used your product and you get customer, customer feedback, or we say customer feedback, right? So saying that we have used your product, we feel great, however this needs to be improved, that is good enough. That also is validation. Yeah.
It's like the stamp of approval.
Absolutely. That's a final stamp of approval. Yeah.
Customer is king, like sir says. Yeah, absolutely. Of course. I mean, there can be so many friends and family which you could test it for. Like, everyone says that if the market has accepted, you have arrived.
Yeah. That's value is when a third party customer, whether it is an individual or a company, doesn't matter. That is the true value. That's where the rubber meets the road. Yeah, really.
Exactly. Yes. truly on that note, I think, thank you so much, Dr. Ravi Shankar.
Thank you.
It was an absolute pleasure having you. We look forward to your guidance and support and being a jury member in the next few rounds also.
Thank you.
And for all our friends who are listening in, the next session is also very important. What you learned in evaluating your idea or understanding your product, and now MVP, the afternoon session puts it together. We also want you all to create a video. What sir said, how MVP and how to build your product, how to put that together. You all have to be able to tell a story, right? Unless and until you all become storytellers, you will also not be able to impress, angel investor or a VC or friends and family. That's for the afternoon session, and you will hear it from one of the winners in the afternoon session. Our previous winner, we always think that, it's best that you listen from your peers. So that is what we are trying to look at. So on that note, thank you, Dr. Ravi Shankar. Once again, on behalf of FKCCI and the organizing team, we thank you for this. Shubha, any thoughts you have, you could pitch in, or we could, break for
Yeah. Thank you, Karthik. Dr. Ravi Shankar, this was an excellent presentation. We could understand how MVP works and how students should look at it, because this was an area which was very confusing and students used to struggle a lot to understand how to actually evaluate an MVP. So thank you. And like Karthik said, we look forward to having you in our jury also. Thank you.
Again, I would like to thank FKCCI on my behalf, Shubha, who kind of pushed me on, egged me on, and then Daksha for coordinating, and Karthik for hosting today's session. Thank you all. And thanks to all the participants for a patient hearing and the Q&A session. I really enjoyed it as much as all of you did. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Students, please note, we will now break for lunch, and I think we'll resume at 2:15. Right, Daksha? Nagaraj, Daksha, over to you guys.
2 o'clock, sir.
2 o'clock. Oh, okay, we will come back. Yeah, I think it's 1. We will all meet again at 2 o'clock for the storytelling session. Thank you.
2:15 would be better, because I think
okay,
speakers coming only at 2:15, right? So
okay,
I think,
so we'll look at 2:15. We'll all meet back at 2:15.
Yeah.
Nagaraj, please inform us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The most important one, I would say sometimes, is all of you are very familiar with Canva. He was the lead for partnerships and marketing, and he enabled the growth story of Canva in India from 700,000 users to 4.2 million monthly active users, and has led various other programs. He's also previously, as I said, led growth also at Simple, and currently is AGM user advocacy at SASPay. I've had the good fortune of working with him in Young Indians, a youth movement of CII and others, and we have done many things together, like my own younger brother. And I present to you Yogesh Nanavel, who is a storyteller, and he will take it forward to you. Over to you, Yogi. Not audible. Yogi, you're not audible. Sorry.
Yes, mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Awesome. I was on mute. Sorry about that. Thanks, Karthik, for this invite. And it's lovely to see so many students and the whole Manthan program enabling students to start picking up on entrepreneurship and developing their own startup ideas. So without wasting a lot of time, I would like to quickly start the session. I know most of you are just coming back from lunch, so I will not make it theory heavy. So how I will go through this session is, For the first 15-20 minutes, I'll run you through basic frameworks and why this whole session is important. And then we will spend 15-20 minutes with each of you creating your own story or creating your own pitch. And once that is done, I'll tell you how you can build out a video quickly. Okay, that's how the structure of the session is going to be. At any point of time, if any of you have questions, please put them on the chat window. In between, I'll take breaks and answer some of these questions. Cool. I'm going to quickly share my screen. Let me know if you're able to see my screen.
We can do Q&A at the end also, Yogi, if you want. You can finish
whatever's comfortable for everyone. Sure. Perfect. Cool. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. I'm assuming my screen is visible. I'll move forward.
Yes.
So today, one of the session that I'm going to take is on the power of storytelling, especially for startups. And why is it important? First and foremost, storytelling. Why does it matter? Why should you even bother listening to this session, right? There are so many sessions, so many other things that you could have learned, but why storytelling? As a child, right, most of us have learned a lot of subjects, a lot of concepts through stories. Our parents, our grandparents have taught us values, different concepts, different ideologies through stories. So why stories? Stories actually captivate people. They make information very memorable. If you learn something through the format of storytelling, you remember it much more easily. If I ask you some story that you've learned in your school, you will remember that much more easily compared to any concept that you're learning today. Okay, keeping that in mind, why this session is critical is when you communicate your ideas to someone in a form of a story, they are able to relate and connect with it. It is easy for them to understand what you're talking about. And lastly, right from childhood, we have learned through stories. And when you communicate through stories, it creates a better impression on people who are listening to you. Today, we will talk about how to craft stories and deliver stories that resonate with people that you're addressing to. And in this, I will pick up one specific format of storytelling, which will help you deliver a good story for your presentation. Cool. Moving forward. Before we get into storytelling, we should understand the concept of what actually makes a good story. Many of us have watched movies, we've read comics, we've read online blogs, we've seen videos on YouTube, we've seen Instagram reels, but all of this have some elements of a story. But what exactly does a good story as an element need? Moving forward, every single good story has to have these aspects to it. First and foremost, it needs to be entertaining. And whatever you say, it needs to be believable, right? People need to believe what you're telling them. Next one, it needs to be educational. I don't know if you've actually watched some of the stand-up comedies, right? Even in stand-up comedy, some of these things are actually like very believable, relatable to what is happening on your day-to-day basis. They pick up these scenarios and make a joke out of it, so you remember it better. It needs to be structured and organized, and at the end of it, it needs to be memorable. That's more important, right? Okay. I'm sure most of you know about this company called Apple, right? Apple, what do they create? They create one of the most hardcore technology solutions, right? Like computers and smartphones. These are all very complicated concepts for regular audience to understand. Okay, not most of our parents, most of our grandparents don't understand all these technologies, right? But how does Apple communicate what their product does? They talk about real life stories and how people can use these products in real life and get the maximum benefit from these products. That's how they position their story. That's how Apple is always considered as the easy to use brand, because in every single communication
I think it has to come back. Oops. I think just give us a moment. Sorry, I think there was a bad connection on Mr. Yogeshwaran's side. I'm just checking that. I think he's back. Sorry. You're on mute. Yeah.
Sorry, my internet became shaky. Can you tell me where did I stop last? I'll quickly share my screen and continue from there.
No. So the slide was on the first slide itself, and I mean the importance of storytelling. Yeah. I mean, I think the slide last time. Can you go one slide back? The last two slides didn't show up, I think. Yeah.
One second, I'll just do that. Can you see the screen as importance of emotional connection?
Yeah.
Perfect. Cool. I'll continue from there. Just give me 1 second. Sorry, everyone. Sorry for the trouble with the internet. Okay, quickly moving on. One of the most critical things in any kind of a storytelling is to build that emotional connection. Okay, so how are we building that emotional connection? The reason why we try to build this emotional connection is the more emotions are involved in the storytelling, it creates an impact. Say, for example, when you watch any kind of a movie, you go through the whole emotional cycle of what the hero in the movie is going through. As the movie goes through, if he's going through a drive or chasing a robber or chasing a thief or having a romantic conversation with the heroine, you're also experiencing it similarly as you're watching it. So that's what creates that impression about the movie. And when you're doing storytelling, one of the things is give your personal anecdotes or personal experiences when you're communicating a story, and then try to make it more visual for the users or audience for them to connect with. Okay, moving on. Okay, how to craft your story? Very simple. You've understood why storytelling, what is the importance of storytelling, and how to build connections emotionally for the audience. Now, quickly, we will try to move to the how to craft your story. Very simple steps, not complicated at all. Cool. Okay. First and foremost, when you're going to communicate or give a storytelling or a presentation, the first thing that you will have to understand is your audience. In this case, I'm assuming that you're going to be presenting it to a panel of investors. So understand who these investors are. What are their demographics? When I say demographics, their age, what kind of profession they are coming from.
Your slides are still on the emotional storytelling slide. It's not changed.
Karthik, are you saying something? Sorry, can't hear you.
Yeah, the emotional storytelling is key. We are still on the same slide.
1 second. Why am I not able to hear Karthik? Karthik, I'm not able to hear you, Karthik.
The slide is stuck, I said.
Can you put it as a chat for me? Okay, the slide is stuck. 1 second. The slide is in no audience. That slide, are you able to see it? The 1, 2, 3.
No.
Okay. 1 second. Let me see which slide is it.
Slide is stuck on emotional. Yeah.
One second, let me make it easier. Is the slide visible now?
Yeah.
The 3 points that are there on the slide. Cool. Okay. So I'm going to repeat the point that I was talking about. Okay. When you craft your story, before you start crafting your story, first and foremost that you need to understand is who is your audience, right? For example, if you're presenting, in this case, you'll be presenting it to a panel of investors or the jury members. Understand who they are, what kind of age group they belong to, what are the different professions that they do. The reason why you try to identify who they are is you're able to craft your message in a way that will make it easier for them to understand, because at the end of the day, they're going to vote and give you the scores, right? That's primarily the reason for that. And also understand their psychographics. Initially, you understood their demographics. The second part is to understand their psychographics. When I say psychographics, what kind of thought process will they have? How will they think? For you to do that, if you know who the jury members are or the panelists are, go to their LinkedIn profile, go to their Twitter profile, see what kind of posts they have done, what kind of messages they have posted, what kind of videos they have created. This will give you an understanding of who they are as a person, right? What would they value? Would they value a more profitable business or a business that will burn a lot of money? Just giving an example. Or would they prefer a more technologically robust business, or would they prefer a mom and pop shop? So all these things will help you understand how you can craft these things, right? Once you've understood your audience, the next part that comes is your core message. As a startup, you've understood the problem statement, you've understood your solution, you've also understood in the previous sessions the basics of an MVP. What is an MVP that you're going to present as the first step, right? So with all these things, what is the message that you want to put out to the audience? Okay, what is it that they want to communicate that your MVP is going to solve? What is the core problem that your MVP is going to solve? And how is it better than anything else that is on the market? That is something as a core message, be clear about it, because I was told there are about 270 odd teams. So each of you will have your own core message based on the MVP, the problem, and the solution that you're solving for. Once that is clear, the next part is for you to create an outcome. At the end of the presentation that you will create, or the video that you're going to create, what is the outcome that you want from the audience? You want them to vote for you. You want them to give you higher scores. So for all of that, the first part, once you understand who they are and you understand your core message, you're able to build it based on what is the outcome that you will need. That's as simple as this gets. Cool. Moving forward, Karthik, in case you're finding the slide is stuck, please drop a text. I'll just quickly change screens then.
Yep.
Cool. Before we move on, one of the things that you'll have to also remember is when you're presenting about storytelling or talking to an audience, make sure it is very simple. The moment you make it very complicated or too much content that you pour into your presentation, people just zone out, right? So let me give you an example for this. Say you're calling a customer care executive for Airtel or Jio. You want your problem to be solved quickly. The moment they put you on hold or they keep talking about things multiple times, you just don't relate to it. You just take like, damn, yaar, ye bol kya raha? What is he talking about? It just wastes your time, right? So you don't want to listen to that conversation. So try to keep it as short and crisp as possible, and make sure, based on the audience that you've identified, make sure they're able to relate and understand it. Okay, let me give you an example, right? Mostly in FKCCI, most of these folks who are going to come are all industrialists. They have their own businesses, they work in the different organizations, so they understand a lot about business. So if you're building a product for the MSME sector, make them the hero of the whole presentation that you're giving. Tell them, this is how my solution is going to solve a problem for you. This is how you were without my solution. This is how my solution is going to solve this problem. Make it better for you. So this way you're able to make them relate to your whole journey of the presentation. Cool. And then at every point, make sure there are some sort of an emotional trigger that created in the presentation that you create. Say before the solution, before your product or solution was there, most of them were sad, unhappy. They couldn't monetize. They couldn't make a lot of money. They were losing money. All that is one side of the emotion. And then once they've used your solution or product or services, they are happy, they're able to earn better, they're able to have, like, if you look at dating website, they talk about having better love life. Whatever that solution is, make sure you're able to add that emotional element to it. Cool. And as always, don't overcomplicate, don't use jargons. And the last part, too salesy, don't try to sell them too much. Just tell them, this is my problem, this is the problem that you have, this is my solution, and this is how my solution is going to help you. That's it. Keep it as simple as possible. Cool. I'm just moving forward. Cool. As I told you earlier, right? Today we will talk about one format of storytelling which really works. It is called a hero's journey, correct? So primarily in this, what in this format of storytelling, what you will do is identify a hero in your story. Identify a character who will act as a hero in the story. And like any single movie, the hero will go through his whole journey of depression, going through his own struggles in life, and then finding your product or solution which is helping him become a hero in his own life. That is predominantly what he will focus on. Cool. There is a hero. He is currently struggling with his own problems, whatever that problem that you're trying to solve for. And then he's constantly struggling, trying to find solutions for it, talking to people, trying to get intelligence, trying to get information, trying to get insights. He is still struggling. And then suddenly he finds your solution. He finds your product and he starts using your product. And then everything in his life is becoming sorted. Okay, I'll just take one step back here. So when I said everything in his life is becoming sorted, mostly what happens is, if you have generally observed is, if you have a problem in one area of your life, say for example, in terms of college, in terms of professional life, in terms of personal life, in terms of health, it starts to affect your other areas of your life. That's predominantly how this works, right? If your solution is able to solve a problem for the user in one area of his life, all the other areas also start to become better. That's how you position this, right? And like any story, make sure it is vivid and descriptive as possible. Make sure, like for example, in this presentation, I could have used any image. I could have used a Superman's image, right? But I wanted to showcase a gladiator who's about to go into a battle. So play with these kind of visual imagery that will help you create a better story. Cool. This is the actual hero's journey, which is used in marketing terms. It's a more complicated way to put it. So I will anyways explain it to you in a simpler way, don't worry. So predominantly you as a hero, you've been called to create something. 1 second, I'm just going to, there's something disturbing here. Sorry. There is an adventure in front of you. Okay. And you're stuck there in that particular adventure trying to figure things out. And then you're struggling, and you don't have a solution in mind. And then suddenly some mentor, some helper, in this case, your solution that you've created comes into the picture. Even with that, all these challenges, he's trying to overcome all these challenges. Then the revelation happens that he's able to use this solution to create a better life for himself. Then the whole transformation journey happens. He's atoning for whatever the mistakes he has committed, and then he returns back as a hero. This is the whole journey that is communicated in this story. Okay. So if you see any kind of movies or any kind of long format videos that you would have noticed, there is always this as a format that is used for most of these storytelling areas. And this is one of the most widely used format because it connects with people easily. Cool. Okay. Now, before we move forward, as I've told you, the next part would be the creating a video portion. But before we move forward, what I would like you to do is, we will spend 2 minutes here. I want all of you to start creating a story of your own with the concepts that you've learned today. Whatever solution that you've built, whatever MVP that you've thought of, start writing a small story of 1 minute. That's a very short story. Even if you want to make it shorter, please do. But just for 1 minute, write a small story that you're going to present to everyone else. Cool. I'll just spend 2 minutes here so that you're able to write. And then we will quickly tell you how to create a quick video which you can present. Cool. In the meantime, if you have any questions, please post them and I'll try to answer all these questions. Cool. Your time starts now. I'm going to stop my screen share. Exact 2 minutes. The reason is we learn. The reason I'm trying to do this here is we learn a lot of things. We go back when we never implemented. And for your presentation, this is critical. Unless you have a story, you will not be able to create your video. That's the reason I'm trying to ask you to do it right away. So 2 minutes to create your video. The story right now, and then we will build on the video first.
You guys can put it up on paper also and keep it to yourselves. Not able to hear? Paper?
Karthik, I'm not able to hear you. 1 second. I'll just change probably something with my. Can you speak now, Karthik?
Yeah. Are you able to hear me now?
Still, why am I not able to hear you? Is it my earphones?
I don't know. Shubha, are you able to hear me?
Okay. I have no idea why this is not working.
Yes, sir. The clarity is there, sir.
Yeah.
I'm not able to hear you at all, Karthik.
Oh, okay. No. I think the other folks are able to hear.
Karthik, I'm able to hear.
Okay. Cool. No. I mean, what Yogi said is the next 2 minutes, you guys can just put it up even on paper.
Okay, 1 second. I'll probably take out my earphone. I think that's what is causing the problem.
Yeah, is it better now? No? Yes, maybe.
Now I can hear. That's the problem is with the microphone. Sorry.
Okay. No. I said, I mean, of course, in a couple of minutes, all of you even jot it down on a paper, and you can keep it to yourselves, or one or two of you can type it up also.
Perfect. That also works. Karthik, just a quick question here. When they're supposed to submit a video, right? Is it like a presentation and a video that they're presenting, or like a story format that you would like
so in
them
1
to
minute, we want them to do a video in a couple of minutes and a separate slide deck. Right, Shubha?
Yeah, we want them to create a video of their product and what they're planning to do as a startup, and of course, a deck to be submitted.
And also see the first couple of round judges are also from varied professions. So we try to have one chartered accountant, company secretary in each of the panels, and one sector expert, and one entrepreneur. Right, Shubha? Am I right?
Yeah. Sector expert will be there, plus generalists of you
will also be there, and someone from the venture industry. So as the rounds go, the second round, we have more people, and the grand jury is chaired by Prashant Prakash. We have Madan Padaki, then we have Dr. Banamurthy from the B.R. Ambedkar School of Economics.
Actually, till now, we have not asked students to do video presentation. This is the first time, so we wanted you to, and we thought to enhance the quality of their presentation. So that's why we wanted your expertise to help them create a video presentation apart from the normal PPTs they were sending till now. Yeah. And
got it. So a video presentation is what you wanted, right?
Video presentation plus, of course, PPTs they have been submitting every year. But through the PPTs, their journey or their, their USP was not coming through. So we wanted that they enhance their presentation through video so that the USP of each business plan comes through to the jury.
Got it. Perfect.
Yogesh, seeing that your expertise in Canva, I would be happy. It is not the subject we have given you, but I would be happy if you can speak a few words on how students can use Canva to build their business plan.
Yeah, absolutely, ma'am. I'll pick that up as I'm going to run through the video creation platform, right? So I'll run them through the different aspects of Canva and how they can leverage it for their businesses also.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Cool. Okay, I'm assuming 2 minutes are over and most of you have completed. Okay, the question is, sir, the video presentation needs to be kept in mind, keeping in mind investors or just the consumers? Okay, Sweekriti, in this case, you're creating a video presentation for investors or the jury members, not for your customers. So your story and everything will revolve around how the customers are going to use your product and feel better. But how is it going to affect the investor who's coming on board? for them, what are the critical aspects that is required in the presentation that needs to be clear for them. Say, for example, an investor would look at what is the USP, what is the market share that you will capture, like what is the market availability there. And then they will also look at the financials and other things, right? So those things would be an additional that you would have to create if you're creating a video presentation, which might not be required for your consumers. Consumers just want to know, okay, this is your problem. This is the solution that we have. Once you use our solution, this is how you'll become better. That's it. Hope that is clear. Perfect. Anyone else has any other questions around any aspects of it? Please feel free to put it together. And Karthik sir, would it be okay if we give them another 1 minute?
Please, please,
if
please.
you have any questions, I'll pick it. Sure, sure. Just another 1 more minute for you to finish your stories that you've created. In the meantime, if you have questions, please feel free to ask, and then we will try to answer that in the session itself. Okay, Omkar, you've asked a question here. Sir, could you please give a short example for a story to understand how we start? Can you elaborate on this, Omkar? If you can explain me what your clear question, that is not very clear for me. So that would be helpful. Second question is from Paragauda. The question here is, what are the content that are expected in the video? Karthik sir or ma'am, if one of you are there, what are the content that you would expect in the video? If you could explain, that would be super helpful.
I didn't know what you meant by 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 has written, sir, should the video contain the entire journey as well as a vision of the product? Okay.
Got it. Karthik sir, I'll pick that question up. There is another question here. That is what I was looking for. What are the content that are to be expected in the video? The next question, sir.
Well, it's an elevator pitch, Yogi, if you can tell them 1 minute. So some of our grand jury and the second, third round jury felt, of course, they cannot look at the entire PPTs, right? So it's like a one slider or an elevator pitch that we want.
Got it.
It's like, for example, if you get 30 seconds in the lift with a Prashant Prakash or our BV Naidu, that's it. You know the attention span, right? So that's what we meant.
Yeah, to chip in a little bit, in the video presentation, they should actually highlight why their product is good or important and why they need funding, right? In the sense that they're not the journey of the product, how important, how innovative, or how much their product will make a difference to the society, or whatever the reason behind creating their business.
Got it. Okay. So just to concisely put it, even I think 1, 2, 3's question also will get answered. You're not running them through the whole presentation deck or what product you've built. All you need to do in the video presentation or the video that you're going to create is like a quick intro about why your product is important and why is it different. That's it. Atharva, the video is going to be for one minute is what I've been told. 1 minute video is what you'll have to create.
One in the sense, 1.5 max, right?
Okay, so 1 second, I'll put it here only, then it becomes easier. So 60 to 90 seconds. That's it. Just like an Instagram reel. That's all. That's all the time.
What do you feel, Yogi? I mean, you should also give your views. You have done this.
No, I think 60 seconds is good. If they're able to communicate what they're trying to build in 60 seconds is amazing, because 90 seconds becomes a little longer.
Yes.
60 seconds is ideal for them to communicate what they're doing.
As everyone jokingly says, you are the Snap generation and the Insta generation, right? So,
yeah.
By the way, I mean,
if
many of you see many Insta, what do you say, influencers, they say the first 5 or 10 seconds, if you are not able to leave an impression on me, I will slide up, right? So,
absolutely. Cool. Sir, I'll just pick up one last question before I move on. Sir, during pitches, we go on with slide starting from problem statement to financials. But for storytelling, in this case, only focus on the problem and the solution and why you are different. That's it. Just look at these three aspects, because you have only 60 seconds to 90 seconds available. So just focus on what the problem is, what is your solution, and how is it different. That's it. That's it. Only 3 points. Cool. It may be animated, may not be animated. The thing is for you to convey it in the best possible way. That's it. Whatever you can do to convey it in the best possible way, that will work. Okay. So without wasting time, I'll quickly share my screen. Let me know if my screen is visible.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So since we will have to create a presentation with these 3 pointers, one of the tools that I would normally use is what is this called? Canva. There are other tools also like Loom. You can use something called Veed.io. You can use InVideo. There are so many video creation tools. For me, this is more easy for me to use, so I'm going to recommend this. So the moment you come on to Canva, please sign up or sign into your accounts. Then there is something called speaking presentation. 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that. I'll close. Create a design. Talking presentation. Yeah. The moment I click on it, what happens is it shows me a lot of different templates and everything that is available. Okay. And then I can pick from one of these templates and use that. Use any of the presentation that's available. Cool. So what I'll do is I'll search for startup related presentations. Okay, yeah, there is a startup related presentation. I'll just pick that. I'm clicking on apply all 16 pages, but please note you don't have to use 16 pages, not required at all. In this case, all you need to do is what is your startup about? What is a problem that you're trying to solve? In this presentation, they're talking about 1 in 3 adults don't get enough sleep. Okay. And then what is your solution? I'm removing all the other slides so that we'll just talk. Cool. Just 3 slides. What is your startup? What is the problem? What is your solution? That is all that you will have to create. Don't create a lot of content, a lot of slides. What happens is the more slides you have, it will become very complicated for you to present that idea to the audience. Cool. So don't make it complicated, make it very easy. So in this case, say it's talking about quick nap. Basically, it's talking about how how this app is enabling them to take short naps during the day to boost their performance. That's it. Okay. One of the things that they could probably add could be, say, I'll probably search for it. How does naps boost performance? Statistics. Okay. I'm just looking for data which talks about the science of naps or anything so that I'm able to add that. Because see, when you're trying to present an idea, you should have numbers and other things also, because most of them will look at numbers. Okay. Here there is a study by University of Michigan. doctoral student found that after waking from a 60-minute midday nap, people were less impulsive and had greater tolerance for frustration. One example, but this doesn't make it easier. Further, Mednick and colleagues found people perform just as well on the test after a 60 to 90-minute nap as they did after a full night of slumber. Full night of slumber in this case means full night sleep. So these are some of the statistics that I will pick up. And I will say, one of the easier things is you want to add something, everything is available here. Whether you want to add graphics, I want to search for sleep. Sleep is too much nap. Let's say. And then I've added this. I'm moving it here. And then say I want to add a text. 60-minute nap during the day helps improve performance by 40% in corporates. Okay. I'm duplicating it and then say 40% performance improvement means 400. Okay, wait, I'll make it as $500 on more per employee for the corporate. Okay. The reason why I'm adding these 2 points, just giving you an example of how I am thinking or how anyone else will think is, okay, I understand that nap is important. You're trying to sell me a solution, but giving them a 60-minute nap, how will this help me in my business? Okay. So we say 40% improvement in performance is noticed. But again, as a business or as an investor, I would like to see what is the monetary value of it. So I've just added as a statistics number here, not that I've researched, but if you find some numbers like these, please add them. 40% improvement means $500 on more per employee for the company. So with the 60-minute nap, they're able to earn about $500 more from each employee's performance. So all these critical numbers are important. So when you're building out your presentation, ensure not to have more than 3 slides. What is your startup about? The problem that you're trying to solve. How is it solving it? And then what is your solution? That's it, not more than this. And in this case, what you can do is, once the slides are ready, there's this option called present and record. I'm just clicking on it. Okay, it'll take me to the recording studio. Allow my use of camera. Allow microphone. Okay, since I'm on the video, it's not allowing, since I'm on the Zoom call, it's allowing me to pick up the, what is this called as the camera here. So I'm going to just click on start recording. Cool. Hi, I am Yogi from QuickNap. 1 in 3 adults don't get enough sleep. This affects their performance in their day-to-day lives. What we have observed from various studies from Stanford and Michigan is that a short 60-minute nap during the day helps them improve their performance by 40% in their organization. When we say 40%, what is the dollar amount that is earned per employee? A typical company can earn more than $500 per employee over a period of a month because of the 60-minute power nap, which increases their performance. We at QuickNap help companies incorporate rest into your day. Even short naps can boost performance. And well-rested individuals get more out of life in the long run. Cool, that's it. That's it. As simple as that. My recording is done. It will automatically upload the recording and it will tell me where this recording is available. I can download this recording. And then I can submit it. That is one way to look at it. Also, I will quickly run you through the platform to show you what are the different options available so that you understand, right? One is this templates. Then there are different elements in terms of graphics, photos, videos, audio in case you want to add some sort of a music tone for them to understand about sleep and all that, please add that too. Then if you want to upload any audio, video, or your own images, please use upload files to do that. You can just upload any photo, video, whatever you have. Cool. Text, you can add text into any of these decks just by dragging and dropping. The advantage of Canva or all these platforms is you can drag and drop and create things quickly. Cool. Canva now also has this option for you to draw in case you want to draw something and then showcase that, you can do that too. All right. One of the things that we have noticed is
voice is a little Yogi, your voice is a little cracking.
Okay. Is this better now?
No, it's still.
I have to connect my microphone. One second. I'll connect my microphone so it will become easier. Is this better?
Yeah, it's better. It's better.
Okay, perfect. I think the computer microphone is having some issue. Cool. One of the things is, say for example, I want to get some photos, videos for my presentation. I can directly search for photos and videos right into the platform. If I want to showcase someone sleeping, depending on whatever solution that you are building, please try to use those. I'm just taking an example here. Or if I want to find a video of naps. That's it. Cool. And one of the things is always ensure that you're able to identify the right image, right colors and all that. That's very critical. Otherwise, it becomes a little challenging for anyone else to understand what you've written. Don't put a lot of information on these slides. Keep it limited. Keep it pointed for your presentations. With that being said, I'm going to stop the talk about the videos. One of the things that you can do in Canva,
Yeah, I think it's stuck again.
infographics, all that can also be built. So you can pick any of these templates and all of them are drag and drop. You can use them very seamlessly. Cool. That's it from my end. I'll stop the screen share and I'll open it up for questions right now.
Shubha, was there anything else you wanted to Yogi to quickly touch upon? Then we can go.
No, nothing else. I hope students have understood what is required of them. Maybe we can ask the students so that they can, I think some questions.
Sweetie, you don't need a pro version for it. You can use it in the free version itself. The free version works really well.
I think someone has put video presentations are in addition to normal presentation, and can we shoot video where people actually act instead of speaking presentation? That's
even much better. See, Sweetie, imagine this, right? if 100 people have just sent a presentation ka video and you create a video of you enacting the whole thing, you will have better points, right? That's more, that's like an intro. People will understand and remember what you have created much better. So if you're able to do this, please do that. In non-privileged domain. For the videos, you don't need to add the finance and the marketing part of it. You will have to add it to the presentation slides. For the video, just focus on what your organization or startup is, what is the problem that you're solving, what is your solution, and why this solution is important. That's it. Don't focus on a lot of things. In 60 seconds, if you try to put a lot of information, people will forget. Perfect.
So if, yeah, I mean, just like Shubha put it up on the chat, we want you to ask some questions that, and that's why we have Yogi's session on how you guys can look at creating videos. It's okay. I mean, I know some of you are first timers and some of you are later, and some of you would have created Insta Reels, right? How is it different from pitching to an investor? Quite different. We are used to, I was used to looking at resumes physically, and then there was a time when you looked at it online, and now you get resumes in the, in Facebook chat. So, right. So, and you just wanted to check, see, if you're looking at a good elevator pitch, what is it that you want them to talk? What's into a good elevator pitch?
Very simple. Don't introduce yourself. Don't talk anything about you. Okay. Just focus on what your organization or the idea is, what problem it is solving, and why that problem needs to be solved. That's it. Just 3, man. Don't spend much time saying that. Don't even bother saying, I am Yogi, I represent this startup. All that will take away 5-6 seconds. Don't spend time on that at all. Just say, hi, we are QuickNap. We are solving the problem of naps, which improve productivity in your organization or something like that. Just start with what the problem is directly. Okay. Sanjay, no. You don't have to send the presentation to me. You will have to submit it to FKCCI office. I think Shubha ma'am will share all the details on how you can submit all of these.
Yeah, but see, later, if you have any doubts also, you write to our FKCCI address, you can connect to, we will connect you to Mr. Yogeshwaran, you can drop him a message, but please, I know, given the busyness he is in, he might take some time to respond, or we will let him know collectively. If you all send us your questions, if you send Shubha ma'am or our Daksha and Nagaraja here from FKCCI office, you send them the details, they will get it, they will make sure you get a reply, right?
Absolutely. Okay, folks. Okay, I know some of you want to connect. This is my LinkedIn ID. In case anyone wants to connect, please send out a connection request, and then would be happy to help you out in any way I can. Karthik sir, when is the last day for them, for the students to submit the presentations and the video?
They're going to get 10 more days after today and tomorrow. They have sessions, so I think at least they're going to get 10 days to. We know after the sessions, it opens up. So.
Got it. Sure, sir. Perfect.
Yeah, and one more thing I also wanted you to know, others. We have also opened it up for regional languages. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಯಾರನ್ನ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಇಟ್ಟು ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂದ್ರೂ evaluators will be there, because this is Karnataka round beyond Bengaluru. From all over Karnataka, we are taking applications. We have expertise who can look at this. Yeah, we will share you the video recording of this Zoom meeting. Definitely that Daksha will take care. She will look at it. Right. Any other aspects on video creation, guys and girls? Not anything else that you want? How to create effective video pitch? He has already told you. But anything else you all want to know? And we definitely wanted to have in your. So Yogi, one of the things is a lot of people might think, impressive voiceover is more impressive, but originality counts, right? Your own voice. What do you say?
Absolutely. I was just going to come to that point saying that most of us are scared of recording our own videos. Okay. So don't worry about it. You have enough retakes that you can take. So I was speaking to one of the Instagram creators last week. Okay. So he told for every single video that he posts, he creates about 10 to 15 retakes on the video. So don't worry about what device you have, what phone you're trying to record on. Don't worry about all of that. Go naturally. People like to see these natural things. We have seen enough on Instagram with all these effects and all that. We want to see natural stuff. So don't worry so much about it. Don't overthink it. See, again, you're overthinking it by talking about aspect ratio and all that. Don't worry about so much at all. It's very simple. Just record a video and give it. Any aspect ratio, any format works. As long as we are able to download the video and watch the video, that's it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just took the words, out of my mouth. I mean, I would always say that I should be interested in the first 10 seconds. If I'm looking at the video, I should get hooked to the video, right? Then I will continue watching it. That's why be real and, but be clear.
Absolutely. Karthik sir, on that note, right?
Yes,
So I was just thinking, how can you start a video, right? So just for the video example that I made, just giving you an example, right? When you're giving an elevator pitch, think of this. Say, sir, how would you like? Imagine you as an organization can increase the earnings for each employee by $500 every month. Would you like to hear more? Who will say no? So just think about it, right? Most of us are creative. Just think around what you're trying to build and how you can get them hooked. The first statement that comes out of your mouth should hook them. That's it. Cool, sir. I think no questions now. Then I'll drop off for the day, sir.
Yes,
all the best, everyone. Don't worry. I know you will do well. So don't worry about it. All the best. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity, Shubha ma'am, Karthik sir, and Nagaraj sir for helping set this whole conversation up. Lovely talking to all the students.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being there. And on behalf of FKCCI organizing team, we extend a whole lot of thanks, and we will see you. So please get well soon. So one small thing, Yogi was just out of hospital. He had broken his leg, and he still managed to be there for us. I know. Thank you so much. Sorry, I bugged you, but thank you so much for being there. And see you soon at FKCCI when we are coming to the judging round. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Looking forward to that.
Okay.
Thank you. And see you.
Okay. Students, I think there are a lot of questions about how to present your business plan, etc. So we are now, after this 2 knowledge workshops of today and tomorrow, we are giving you 10 days time to rethink your business plan. You want to modify, resubmit the PPTs you have submitted already. You can do it along with the video. This has to be submitted to Daksha at the office, not at the website. Wherever you had submitted the plans earlier, the same place you have to submit along with the video. And people have asked me earlier, can we change little bit here, there in our business plans already presented? Yes, you can. You can change everything, whatever you want to change in your presentation, which you have done so far, and submit it, resubmit the whole thing along with the video after 10 days. We are giving you extra 10 days time. Yes, Karthik?
That was the whole idea of this workshop.
Yes.
Like Shubham and all have conceptualized, because tomorrow also will be a very loaded day with all the finance part. So today was all of your how to make the pitch and understanding your product and evaluating your idea for viability. But tomorrow Shubha ma'am is going to lead a very hardcore session on the other side, the meat, I would say, or the stuff that is there on the finances. We have put together a really what do I say, a great panel of speakers that are going to be presenting tomorrow on various topics like the business plan and its components, identifying your target market, the costing and pricing, and the startup capital and planning the cash flows for long term. All of that is there tomorrow. And as we said, please put all of this in the you need all of those components to be put into the business plan. And on that, I think Shamant is already here. Shamant was one of our last year's winners of Manthan. And, it is always heartening to see some young achievers talk amidst our midst. We wanted him to talk to all of you because we felt that if it is an immediate past winner, he can talk to you about all the aspects on how his journey was from submitting the plan and the couple of rounds he went through, the sweat rounds he went through, and the finals, of course, how the grand jury grilled him. He will first, I think, present, and after that, we would like to do Q&A with him. So thank you, Shamant, for accepting this. And on behalf of FKCCI, we welcome you. And
thank you.
I know you were in the same kind of situation, last year, but now, I know the transformational journey also has happened. Yes, you see him with our FKCCI shirt also. And over to you, Shamant. Thank you and welcome.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Karthik sir. Thank you very much for inviting me. So, sir, all the students are from Karnataka or from South India?
Oh, it is Karnataka, but we can do a little bit of Kannada. Then we can do primary in English and some Konglish is there. Yes.
Okay. Sure, sir. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. So, as many of you from Karnataka, probably everyone will understand Kannada, and I will also talk in both English and Kannada. So, what is first? I would like to have an interactive session with you people. It's okay to have an interactive. So, ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ. So, what is the objective of speaking to you? This is my first question for you people.
Sorry to interrupt, Shamant. First, I would like you to explain to the participants about last. I mean, you were the winner, right? So, what was your product and how did you win? And then probably take it. Yeah.
Sure, ma'am. Okay. So, I will introduce myself briefly. My name is Shamant, and I got my degree from Agriculture University, from Dharwad Agriculture University. So I was the founder of Kodo Nursery Solutions. It was I with nurseries, like the small samplings producing nurseries, which are primary for agricultural produce. My product was similar to Cocopet, and I developed a technology by using the waste materials available in the field itself, like the farmers can easily access to them. So this was my brief introduction about my startup, my business, and everything. So yeah, coming to majorly my topic is what are the do's and don'ts you have to take care while starting a business or starting a presentation and whatever it is. So what is the objective of presenting me over here? As of me, I will be thinking like, so you have teachers and professors who will give you assignments and everything. So what you people will do normally, I think majority of you people are in degree programs. So what you people will do normally, will you go to your professors and ask him, sir, I want this thing, that thing, or I want to write this thing? No, you won't be, right? Who will be approaching? You will be approaching your seniors, definitely. ಅಣ್ಣ ನಂಗೆ ಇದ್ಬೇಕು, ಸರ್ ನಂಗೆ ಇದ್ಬೇಕು, ಮೇಡಮ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಈ ತರ ಅಸೈನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Okay, this thing will be majorly you people will do the same thing now. So this is the main objective why I am here with you today. So I want to tell you my experience, how I got the overall support from the FKCCI team, how it impacted me in my whole startup career, how it really boosted me in starting my business. So am I audible clearly?
Yes, Shamant, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. So can I share my screen, ma'am?
Yeah, I think share is possible. Nagraj?
Yes. You can able to share.
Okay.
Hemant, ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, share ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. You can share from your end.
Sir, actually, it's showing only. I want permission to share my screen, sir.
No, permission we had given. We had given. So you are the co-host. Whatever host is having.
No, sir. I want to make another one. I have from 2 devices I joined. I think the other one with the SS.
Which one? What is that name? That device name?
The Shamantyas.
Shamant. Okay. Yeah, right.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, I think my screen is visible to everybody.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Okay. So I want to tell you people like what are the things I learned in from FKCCI and what are all the major aspects I got as a value addition to my business. So first thing, before starting any business or developing any business, you will be having your business idea. Whenever you got an idea, first you must think of what is business or what is the objective of your business. So business ಅಂದಿದಂಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಾನು ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಇಷ್ಟು ರಿಚ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. It is not. It don't work like YouTube videos. It's completely different. Motivational quotes, everything is there to motivate you while you are like you are in the place which needs motivation, but it's not. It won't work every time. So at the core part, you have to think like, what is the business? At least you have to of the business. Then you have to like go into the how we can do the business. What are all the aspects in business? First, idea. Next, where I can present my idea. Who will be my customers? All those things you have to know a little basic. Even though if you don't know the entire process, you must minimum you have to know the basic of what is a business is. Oh, sorry. Then another thing is, after knowing the objective of your business, next thing is your customer. Who are your customers, and what are all the things they are expecting from you? First, you must be aware that what are all their problems. After knowing the problems of your customers, then you have to produce an idea which is suitable to them. Like someone will be having like you will see some problem with the customer. If you analyze it correctly, then only you will be getting the ideas. You will be having some idea and you will be searching for the problems. No, this must not be the kind of approach. First, you must go to your customers first. You must see, don't ask directly what are your problems, what are you facing. First observe them, what are all they facing. Example, like today I had some issue with my camera, so I had to take all like 2 devices. So this was the issue with my the system today, but somehow I got an idea of using the 2 devices and connecting with you people. So this thing happens. First, if you have a problem and if you have an idea which is solving the problem, then you can think about the business. Like in Northern Karnataka, the availability of the example, the cocoa pit or some of the planting materials or mere. So in the South Karnataka we have. So how can we transport it? How can we reduce the cost? So this thing, this is what we are doing here. So this is how you have to approach towards the business. First thing, as many entrepreneurs will tell that customer is the king. So first understand the king, understand their needs, and then you have to approach how you solve their problem. So here, what I learned from FKCCI is the importance of market survey. How it is so much important to do the market survey. In the market, we have like primary market, secondary market, and every like customer, business to customer, business to business. So there are many types of market. Out of this, you have to choose in which domain you are into, like from business to business or business to customer, or where you are standing. So your approach must be like, if you are focusing on business to business, what the other business is facing the problem, and what their like expectation from you. If you're treating with the customer, it's a the type of serving the business to business and the business to customer, it's completely different. The customer, you have to collect the data, collect their like individual needs and everything. But coming to the business to business, it's a little bit easier. So even though it's not that much easier, but you have to do the groundwork. First, you have to categorize your business. What type of business I'm doing, and how I can approach it. What is their problem? How to overcome their problem with my solution. After getting what the solution you have, the next step is how sustainable your solution is. If you create a solution that is like in another thing I want to focus is like how sustainable your solution firstly for the customer. Sometimes some products will be coming to the market. We will be using it for 1 or 2 times, then we will be leaving it. No, it's not okay. We don't want to buy this. The same with the business also. So you have to create a product in such a manner that it must last long. It must have their space in the shelf of the market. This creates ideal solution and an ideal product. So it is not easy to create this type of products overnight or over like in a short span. It takes a long time. So you must focus on the things on doing sustainability. How sustainable you will be providing the solution. Not providing the solution is very much important. You have to make it sustainable. That is most important. Then always look at the changing world. Yeah, although like every day the products in the market, you have the rush of products. You will be getting n number of products every day. Like how many like soaps you know, for example, they will like Mysore Sandal, Lifebuoy, some Dove, many things we have. But how do you what are your preferences? The scents, the smells. This is what the consumer needs now. I like some scented soap. Somebody don't like that. So this thing you have to matter. So first, take up the surveys. What the customer even though if you have some product, it is having some very good qualities. Take up the survey. Like what the customer is in requirement. Yes, everybody need a soap for daily basis. You will be creating some solution. Example, you created a soap. Let's assume it's a market where they don't have any soap. First invention that you created a soap, it is a good invention. You will be giving to everyone. But after some time, they will be wanting like, I want this type of scented soap. I want this type of. So this is what creates innovative and like a sustainable product. You must not stick on. I created the soap. That's it. That's it. Now I'm earning something. I will be getting out of this. Like I will be putting some workers over here. They will be working over there, and I will be chilling. No, this must not. This is not how the things work over here. You must be having an patience first to create an idea, then to prototype it, then to a business. After this, again to create an idea. It's not from the scratch. You already have some base. Then you have to create the things which is like favorable to the customers. For example, you have like Mysore Sandal soap. In the initial days, it was coming only in some bars like this thing. But then they changed the shape of the soap. They changed like the packing system, some offers on all those things. So they are not changing the soap itself. They are changing the idea behind it. So this is how we have to think about the products, think about the market, and create it accordingly, because it's a changing market, highly dynamic market. And the next thing is your team. In the journey, in this journey, it's really matters to have a great and a good team. Yeah, everybody, most of you had heard that if you want to go fast, go alone, and if you want to go far, go together. Yes, everybody will be knowing this, but until you experience the real examples in life, real reality of the life, you won't be getting to know what is the importance of these things. As majority of your students, ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ರೂಮಲ್ಲಿ ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾಗ ಈ ತರ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಈ ತರ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ಅಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡೋಣ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನಿಮ್ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ 4 ವರ್ಷ ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಅಥವಾ 3 years ಡಿಗ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕೂತಿರ್ತೀರಾ. ಓಕೆ, ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ಅಪ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಒಂದು ಕ್ರೂಷಿಯಲ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಬಂದಾಗ, ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಮುಗೀತು, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ they will be with you, or they will be going to their own path. So you have to have a team which is like with you in all the time. Like ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ಅಪ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ವಿತಿನ್ 2-3 years ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆಗಿ ನಾನು ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ಸ್ ತಗೋತೀನಿ. It's not a game over here. You will be gradually getting to that point. You must have a patience first. Along with the patience, you must choose your team wisely. ಇವ್ರು ನನ್ನ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್, ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇವ್ರು ನನ್ನ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್. ಇದು ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ಲಿ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್. ಸೊ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಶಿಪ್ ಇಸ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್, ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್. How fast you will learn this, you will be playing it in the business as well. So the major thing I learned over here from FKCCI is the importance of team building, teamwork. So how it really matters in the business sector. So before coming to FKCCI, even I was the same manner. My roommates and all started the business, but at the end of my degree, it was not the case. So after coming to FKCCI, I learned how to choose my partners, how to have a long run business relationship with them. So these are the things I really learned and got a good knowledge about from the mentors. Yeah. Then the next thing is how you convey your ideas or a product to your consumers or capital investors, whoever it is. So ಈಗ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ನೀವು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದನೂ ಸೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಿರ್ತೀರ. ಈಗ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀರ, ಒಂದು ಸೆಷನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಈಗ ಪೀಕ್ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಟೈಮು. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇವಾಗ ಅಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಸ್ಪ್ಯಾನ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿನೇ ನೀವು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರಪೋಸಲ್ಸ್ ಅಥವಾ ರೆಸ್ಯೂಮ್ಸ್ ಏನೋ ಸೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಿಮ್ ತರ ತುಂಬಾ ಜನ ಸೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ದಿಸ್ ಅಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಸ್ಪ್ಯಾನ್. ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ನೀವು ಇವಾಗ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಥವಾ ಟಿಕ್ಟಾಕ್, ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಯಾವ್ದನ ಆಯ್ತು, ನೀವು ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ನಿಮ್ ಅಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಸ್ಪ್ಯಾನ್ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇನೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಸ್ಪ್ಯಾನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲೂ ನೀವು ಡಿಗ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ಡಿಗ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಅಂತ ಹುಡುಗರೇನೆ. ಸೊ ನೀವು ಇರೋಷ್ಟು ಲೈಕ್ ಡೈನಾಮಿಕ್ ಅಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಸ್ಪ್ಯಾನ್ ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿರೋ ಮೆಂಟರ್ಸ್ ಹತ್ರ ಕೆಲವು ಟೈಮ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಕೆಲವು ಟೈಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಬಟ್ main thing I want to focus here is they will definitely tell you what to do, what is not required over here, and what you have to do to be done so that you can value add to your product. So no one will be disappointed over here. Everyone will get definitely some of the good points they want to grow in their business. First thing you have to focus while conveying your idea to anyone, whether it is a consumer, whether it's a like a capital investor or VCs. First think about their attention span. In how much span you can convey your idea. At the initial, you will be having this brainstorming idea of yours. You will be telling it for hours together to your friends and everyone. So, but you have to restrict it like, excuse me. Sorry, there was a noise disturbance over here. So yeah, coming back. So you have to practice to convey your ideas within 2 minutes. At the initial, what is it does not matter who, how grateful your idea is, what it is doing, and everything. It does not matter. You have to first convey what is your idea and what is the value you are giving to the consumer, and majorly how you are solving the problem. This makes the difference. That's it. To convey this, you need only 2 minutes. Actually, in the last rounds, we were given only 2 minutes. In that, we have to convey what the idea is, what are the things we are doing, everything. So have a practice of conveying complete your journey in 2 minutes. This will help you in a great manner. And second thing is, within this 2 minutes, focus on the statistics, charts, numbers, and everything, because no one will want to read all the history, all the paragraphs and everything. They have to focus on like how much the content you have, and what is the value you're giving to the customers. So if you want to convey this thing, you have to focus on the charts, the numbers, because to convey the, for example, if you have some statistics of this is the height of the plant, this is the height of the leaf, this thing has grown, everything. But if you put the chart over there, it is really easy to understand. The pictorial representation is also easy, because in the human evolution, the people used to draw. They are not using all the data and scripting over some books and anything. They're just drawing the things on the walls of the caves or something. So yeah, this thing will be in our subconscious mind. So try to convey your ideas in a pictorial form as much as possible, and don't make it full of pictorials. Have a sense of how much it required. Keep it at it. Then focus on the value addition to target customers of the business. So you will be having some idea, and don't tell the jury over there like I have this idea and I can use it in this business, this business, this business. So it's not how it's done. You have to focus on one thing first. You have to complete it. You have to create a good base over there, and then move on to the second one. Don't go to the like ಎರಡು ಮೂರು ದೋಣಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಕಾಲಿಕ್ ಪಾಡ್ದು ಅಂತಾರಲ್ಲ. This is what focus on value addition to the target. This is what required to the initial startups. And the next thing is language is not a barrier. Express yourself in any language you are comfortable. Some people will be thinking, I don't know how to speak in English, I don't know how to speak in Hindi, whatever the language it is. So it's not a barrier, it's just a way of expressing yourself. If you are good at expressing yourself, then whatever the language it is, it's really okay. You can take an example of the dumb people. They don't know, they are not able to speak itself, but they are living their life, they're completing their lifespan on this earth. How is it possible? They even don't have the ability to speak any language, but you have the ability to speak some language. So this is your like plus point to convey your ideas. So, and next thing is infrastructure. Infrastructure is nothing but like I have okay, for example, you're starting some software company. You have only one laptop and one mobile phone, but you will be thinking like, no, I want this company laptop, my software will work in on that laptop only, it works well. While presenting, it won't be working well. No, these things are not at all the barriers. First, you must have the confidence that whatever the infrastructure you have, even if you have just the mobile phone or something, that's more than enough. It's completely digitalized. You can use your mobile phone for a greater extent. For example, today it was not possible for me to have a laptop with me today, so I just got my mobile phone and some tab, and it was not able for me to create the slides in a short span, so I thought to write it over here. So this thing, it is not a barrier at all to it only thing its barrier is your excuses. Like example, today I don't have any laptop, so I will just skip this like presentation, whatever it is. So this is an excuse. If you are stop giving your excuses, then it is not at all a thing for you. It's really easy for you to do anything. So next thing is opportunities. The opportunities arise to those who strive. It does not literally means you have to work hard, you have to go take the field and everything. It's not like that. Take it in this perspective. ಸೊ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್, ಇವಾಗ ನೀವು ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ವಸ್ತುನ ಹುಡುಕ್ತಿರ್ತೀರಾ, ಬಟ್ ಅದು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ, ಬಟ್ ಬೇಡದೇ ಇರೋ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ ಕಣ್ಣು ಮುಂದೆನೆ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಎಸ್, ದಿಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ಸ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಟೈಮ್ ಇನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ಅಪ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ವೆನ್ ಯು ವಾಂಟ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅವೈಲಬಲ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯು. ಸೊ ಡ್ಯೂರಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಟೈಮ್, ಹೌ ಯು ವಿಲ್ like take another thing and substitute it to the non-available thing. For example, with my, I will give an example of mine only. Actually, so at some point of time, I was my product, and the inputs I want, it was not received at the right time. I thought to mix with some other thing, and it worked well. So during that time, I realized two things. One thing is, don't hesitate to take up the new challenges. Second thing is, sometimes while doing this, you will get a new product. So this is what I learned. But it won't work. Like every day will not be Sunday, but sometimes it will work. So only thing is, you have to look for opportunities. While looking for the opportunities, you have to strive. So if you are striving well, then definitely you will be getting a good fruits. Like some like the Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, no? Like you have to do the work and don't think about your results. So in the same manner, so you have to work for your idea, work upon your prototype, work upon your business. Then only, like after 1 or 2 years, you will be getting some revenue. This is the same case. I actually worked for 3.5 years for my product, and then I came to I'm doing some business now. So this is what I had to tell to you people. In the 2021, I got the top 10 like business model award. But if I stop out there only, I was in the top 20, like top 10 in the 2021 itself. But then I took all the, like what are all the remarks the FKCCI jury member gave to me, and I worked upon it. I worked what are all the things I did wrong, how I had to improve my presentation, how I had to convey my idea in a short span of time. So I worked upon all these things, and also along with the product itself. Then it was possible for me to reach the like the best business model award in last year. So these are the things happened with me with the help of FKCCI. And after that thing, I really got many opportunities. Like there is an institute called TIDE Bengaluru from Nitte Meenakshi Institute. It's an incubation center, and exactly we have like Startup Karnataka. It is also kind of incubation center and also a boost for you to create your startups. And another thing is, as I was studying in Dharwad Agriculture University, near to that we have the incubation center of Deshpande Foundation. So once you reach some certain level, you will be getting so much benefit and so much attention. Only thing is, after you have to work for some time first. Don't expect everything at the initial itself. And after getting all those things also, don't just leave the thing. You have to work there also to get some more things in your life. Like if you are into agriculture startups, you have incubation centers at Bengaluru Agriculture University, like GKVK, and also in US Dharwad. So these are all the like incubation centers which are which I got into access through FKCCI. If I don't ನಾನು FKCCI ಗೆ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. FKCCI ಅದು ಏನ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಇದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ, ಆ ಥರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ it's not possible for me to approach all these incubation centers. It really helped me to like do many things related to my business. So the thing I convey to you people is don't hesitate to do the things at the initial. So yes, so this is my presentation today. So
Thank you, Shamant, and we want to do some Q&A. People who want to ask Shamant questions, please type there.
Sure, sir.
They will type and you can maybe read out. We can answer some, but yes, like Shamant said, FKCCI provides a platform, and I would like to say that our ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, it takes time ಅಂತ. 2022 ತಿರ್ಗಾ ಅವ್ರು ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವಿನ್ನರ್ ಆಗಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. Many of us have faced this in our lives. I mean, all of us only see the success. Failures ಅನ್ನ ಯಾರು ನೋಡಲ್ಲ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಶ್ರಮ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, what is the effort, none of you see. All of us know someone called Kartiki Gonzalez after it won the Oscar, but before that, no one knew her, for example. And many such people, that exist. And I think even in cricket, right, recently Rinku Singh or someone hit a century, right? Till he hit that century, no one knew about him. I mean, the hardships he faced, he was a sweeper son, and where he was, what he was doing, how many things, how much struggle they went on. So every journey is difficult. And yes, on that note, if anyone has any questions, we can take them. I think yaro obbru kelidare, hello sir, does the prototype fetch more attention during finale anta kelidare. So
okay, so Samihana, okay, the prototype, yes, it depends on what your business is doing. Like ನಿಮ್ಮ business it depends ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, because software ಇವುಗಳಿಗೆ prototype is required. They won't convey just this is my idea and this is things I will be doing. No, though the jury won't accept you. If you are doing a software related thing, you have to have a prototype. And if you have a hardware related thing, like for me it's an agricultural produce. If you are able to convey your idea, like ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗಿ ನೀವು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಲೈಕ್ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಜೂರೀಸ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲಾನು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಇಂದಾನೆ ಬಂದಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಸೆನ್ಸ್ their forefathers are mainly into agriculture. They knew what is the basic about agriculture. So it was not that much difficult for me to convey them at the second time. But at the first time, even I struggled how to explain it. So at the second time, I knew how to explain myself about the product also. It depends on the idea or the business you are presenting. It's not like restricted. You have to show your prototype, then only we will be evaluating. No, this is not the case. So Sanjay is saying, hi bro, hello. Are you running now your business, or after Manthan competition only you started a run to run? Okay. No, actually I was doing my startup since 2019, before COVID only. And now it's continuing now itself. Now also, my plan based on agriculture, we also have to provide the prototype. It depends on what is your product. Again, the same things. Yeah, this is my answer for your question. Is it okay? Organics. Yeah, is it based on like organic fertilizer, organic pesticides? If it depends on like fertilizers, you have to show the results. Anybody from any stream, if you are having not only like agriculture sector, if you have doubts from any sector, you can ask. Because as I initially said, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅಸೈನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಹತ್ರ ನೀವು ಕೇಳೋದು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ಸ್ ಹತ್ರ ಕೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ ನೀವು. You have the opportunity to ask with me now. Please make use of the opportunity, because opportunity comes to you because you people are striving
Correct. And you can write to him also later and ask, but don't bug him and then tell him, sir, ನನಗೆ reply ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರ ಪಾಪ 500 ಜನ ನೀವು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ email ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಯ್ತಾ? So you should give him sufficient time. If you don't want to ask here, you want to write to him. ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಆಮೇಲೆ ಪಾಪ ಅವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸದಲ್ಲೂ ಬಿಸಿ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವಾಗ ಅವ್ರ ಫೋನ್ ನಂಬರ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತೀರಾ, ಬಟ್ to call him also. ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು
that is the reason why I don't give this phone numbers.
ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು. So ಹಂಗೆ. So Shubha, anything else?
Yeah. First of all, thank you, Shaman, for coming and explaining
Thank you.
everything. And you're being very modest. You have not explained to all the students that you had patented your product. From what I remember about judging you last time,
yes, ma'am.
Patented it, and you had shown us all the results of how important your product was. I
Yes,
think
ma'am.
that made all the difference to the judges. That first was you had patented your cocoa peat, and that your cost was so low, whereas you could sell it at a higher price. And
Yes, ma'am.
it was environmentally very useful, right?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Yes, so you've been a very, I would say, successful startup. So don't be
Thank you so much.
stressed. And really, I think you're an inspiration. You also come from, I think, interior Karnataka, right? Dharwad.
Yes, ma'am.
And, that brings its own problems. ಅದು ಕನ್ನಡ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಯು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೆಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ನೀವು?
ಹೌದು ಮೇಡಮ್, ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ನಾವು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ.
ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೇ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ, ಕನ್ನಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡು ಕೂಡ ನೀವು ಗೆಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರಾ.
ಹೌದು ಮೇಡಮ್.
ಸೊ ಅದು ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಒಂದು ಬ್ಯಾರಿಯರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೀರಾ ನೀವು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಶನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೇನು ಕೂಡ there are enough people, jury, judges, ಎಲ್ಲಾರ್ಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ.
ಗ್ರ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಜ್ಯೂರಿಯಲ್ಲೂ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕನ್ನಡ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂಡ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟೆಡ್ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ರಿಂದ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೆಡ್ ಇನ್ ತೆಲುಗು, ತಮಿಳ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಬಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಟೈಮ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಡೂ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಆರ್ ಕನ್ನಡ.
ತುಂಬಾ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ನಿಮ್ದು ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್, ನಿಮ್ದು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಶನ್ ಎಲ್ಲಾನೇ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಗೆಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನೀವು.
Thank you.
Yes, on that note, ma'am, over to you, Shubha ma'am, for the vote of thanks and closing remarks, for today. And I think then we can call it a day.
Excuse me, ma'am. I want to thank everyone. Like initially from Sri B.V. Gopal Reddy sir, like Perikalam Sundaram sir, and also Dr. C.I.S. Prasad sir. All the mentors who really helped me to reach this stage, like from starting from Karthik sir, Nagaraj sir, Umesh sir, and also Daksha madam. Everybody really helped me in my journey. So I really thank FKCCI, all the members, the presidents, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you for accepting this and coming and doing it. ಕರಿತೀವಿ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ನಾವು ಇವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಫಿಸಿಕಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಕರೆದಾಗ ಅವಾಗ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಬನ್ನಿ, ಬಂದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫೆಲೋ ಯಂಗ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಎಂಕರೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
Thank you.
Over to you, Shubha ma'am.
Yeah. So I think we had a great first day presentation, starting off in the morning about proof of concept, followed by, I think, Jagat Iyer presented you how to do your. Just a minute. We had a great start for the day with Karthik about the program, and Yamuna Shastri telling you all about proof of concept and how to validate your idea. Jagat Iyer told you about how to understand your product and break it up into different components, services, so that you can make the business plan, right? And we had Dr. Ravi Shankar, who came and explained how to make a minimum viable product, and that you don't have to create a full product, but with a minimum product, you can start your startup and try to build it as you go along. And finally, we had Yogeshwaran, who came and told us how to create video for your presentation and how to enhance your presentation to the jury. Please remember, students, that this is the most important part, and unless you present your idea well And unless you grab the attention of the jury in the first few seconds or first few minutes, you will not be able to go to the second round. So the idea should be, not only should your idea be innovative, the presentation matters a lot. So catch the attention of the jury in the first few seconds by, emphasizing on the innovation of your product, then probably it's easier to do. So even the best ideas will not go past the first round unless it is presented well. So that's why we brought in, Karthik brought in Mr. Yogeshwaran, so that you will understand how to do video presentation and how to do it well. Thank you, Karthik, for bringing him in and having him present to the students about this. And finally, we had the winner of last year's competition. He had come earlier. He did not succeed. He was on the top 10. Yet he came again after learning everything from the knowledge workshops and the juries and the mentors. And second time round, he was successful in winning the grand prize. And last year's grand prize was very big, Karthik, right? So he was successful. So I thank Karthik and everybody for today's presentation. And we look forward to all of you for tomorrow's long day, where the emphasis will be more on finance. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you all. Thank you for patiently being there, and see you tomorrow morning. Huh?
Yeah, there was one question whether they can present in Telugu, I think. Karthik,
We will try to accommodate.
Yeah, we are not allowed to pitch your idea in Telugu. Yes, you can. We will try to allow you and get a person to understand through Telugu. Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. See you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Tomorrow morning. Bye. Okay, Nagaraj, we log off. Thanks.
Can we present in Tulu?
That is, I think, we take it offline. They're just trying to pull our leg in.
I think that will fine tune later.
Yeah, thank you.